There we go. We are officially live. We are back once again for another year of NFL draft coverage. We're going to be here live for every single pick for the next 3 days. We have done this 5-6 years in a row now each. It's one of the things we look forward to the most every single year. It tends to devolve into kind of an unhinged mess by the end of day 3, but we have a long way to go till we get to there. We're going to pace ourselves this year, obviously. My friend, how are you feeling?
I'm good. I don't know. It might devolve into a mess in the first 10 picks of round one because there have been a lot of rumors today about different teams moving up, as there always are. And we shall see, but it's going to be a fun draft overall. We're going to have kind of different fun on every day. The first day today, we're going to have, lots of shakeups in the top 15 to 20, I would imagine. Lots of trading in, trading out. We're going to see a big tackle run. We're going to see all kinds of fun hijinks. Day 2 is probably my favorite day of the draft. I think it's really when good teams get built. And day 3 is fascinating to see who's left, who can pull value out of the backside of the draft, who can really make their team better with all those picks that everybody says never matter. Oh, they just got a 5th rounder for them. Oh, they just got a 6th rounder for them. They'll never do anything with that. Oh, yeah? Good teams do. So we're going to have a different kind of fun every day, but can't thank you enough for being here with us for the 6th straight year of this. Yes, if you were here on year 1, it was an accident. We said we were going to do like a couple hours on night 1, and then typical Brett fashion, he's like, screw it, you want to keep going? I was like, buddy,
I was drinking, man. What do you want?
I was like, dude, I'm here for it. I'm going to watch it anyways, whether or not we watch it with the people or not. And this was born, and boy, it's become something. It looks a whole lot better. It runs a little better than it used to, and we're going to have some fun. We are very glad that you choose us. When we started, there was no coverage on day 3 from major outlets. They didn't have anybody that watched that many people. They certainly didn't think it was worthwhile to broadcast it back in 2020. That third desk there's maybe one third desk out there, and we did the entire third day. So now there are multiple choices. We realize that, and we're very glad that you're here with us.
Kel already said, here's to another year of accidentally watching the whole draft. Cheers to you,
Right.
Kel. Wait, which camera am I looking at? I have like 4 cameras on me right now. This is to you, Kel. I did find my bootleg bottle, by the way. So tonight I am drinking our bootleg single barrel with Woodinville. I made sure to have mashed potatoes before doing this, so I should make it through okay.
Good for you.
EJ, do you have any adult beverages?
I have no adult beverages for tonight. I have a couple of LaCroix in different koozies over here, stocked and at the ready. I may dip in, depending on how wild this gets. I may dip in a little bit later on. Probably will for night 2. And hey, it's not just for breakfast anymore on Saturday.
Forgot I got to tweet out the link. Okay, sent that tweet. I want to get to as many super chats as we can before we get going tonight, because we have about an hour till first round starts. First one, Optic for 20. Thank you, Optic. Happy draft day. I'll check the stream during my breaks. My controversial take is Marge Simpson. Everyone has a fun time. The most unlikely of all predictions. Well, I don't know. Jets fans are already kind of bracing for impact on this one. They are in despair because they're starting to do a whole bunch of mock simulations where none of the receivers actually make it to 16. So I'm curious how Jets fans feel knowing that they might not be able to pick up a weapon. And also, speaking of the Jets, there's a lot of intrigue at 2. It's gone back and forth. Is it going to be Reese? Is it going to be Bailey? Is it going to be Reese? Is it going to be Bailey? I'm not a source guy. I'm not a reporting guy. I will say I talked to somebody who is far more sourced than me this morning who said it's Bailey. So we'll see, because then other people have come out and said, oh, no, wait, it's Reese. But I think it's going to be Bailey, which already means my mock draft is toast.
Yeah, strangely enough, I kind of backed into that one because, like you said, for weeks it's been, which player is it? Somebody said pretty early this morning to me, somebody on the East Coast said, there's another team, they're coming up to 3, and then it said, for Reese. And I was like, wait, what? Oh, that means
Reese is going to be there.
that means Bailey at 2. That means, possibly a big trade up to 3. If Reese is there again, if Bailey's the pick, we don't know that for sure. But that set in motion a whole series of tweets and checking and texts and, hey, have you heard anything about this? I'm still not sure about it, but there is a lot of smoke about teams moving up to 3 if that's the case.
By the way, if you're watching the replay of this, the actual draft starts in 54 minutes. So if you just want to skip ahead to that,
Yeah, what happened?
you're more than welcome to do that. We're going to have a lot of people watching this live, but I know a bunch of people that are working right now or at the draft right now that are going to watch this later. So you could not worry about the first hour. It's not going to apply to you. Let's see here. Connor CC says, at the draft in person to watch my Raiders take Mendoza. Let's freaking go. Just win, baby. I do want to take a moment.
That's so good.
Well, it's also kind of an afterthought, Mendoza, because everybody's just kind of been chalking it in there since, I don't know, January.
Forever. Yeah.
This is legitimately the best day in modern Raiders history. Like, they're actually getting a young, talented quarterback. The last one that they drafted decently high was Derek Carr, and that was a decade ago.
Yeah.
So, and even then, Carr was a second rounder. So this is one of the more exciting days in Raiders history in the last 25 years since their last Super Bowl appearance.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really glad that Connor made the choice to fly across the pond. One of our supporters, one of our longtime supporters here on the channel, and couldn't be happier. He's certainly lived through plenty with the Raiders. It's really cool that he gets to be there on the ground with, several 100,000 other people by the look of it, but gets to see his team lead off the draft with a player that we're pretty excited about. And it is one of the cool things, like sports pull us all together from all corners of the globe. We were at Draftsman's Eve last night. People were talking about being Arsenal fans. People are talking about being, different baseball teams fans. Like, everybody comes together for these types of events. And it's one of the things that makes it really, really cool. You see families watching this together. It's just a great event. I've loved it for a long time. And obviously the love for it's grown pretty much exponentially. The NFL has done a great job with the draft, moving it around, and to see all the fervor, all the pageantry, all the excitement about what teams you're going to do. Just one of the best days of the year.
Jax asked, if you could be the GM of any team in this draft, which team would it be? I'm going to say the Giants, because I get 2 top 10 picks to play with, and they can go in wildly different directions with those 2 top 10 picks. I have to imagine they want to leave with 2 of, and this is their board, not mine. At least I'm assuming it's their board. I think the Tyson smoke is real. I think they want Tyson. They know he's not going to get there to 10.
Yeah,
I think they
real.
want Sonny. I think they want Ioane. And maybe Downs. Not even maybe. Probably Downs. If they get 2 out of those 4, I think they're happy.
Yeah, the Tyson smoke is real. They've loved him for a while, even before he sort of reran his routes, not even his 40 at Pro Day. That was a validation of the fact that they felt more comfortable, like many teams, picking him, but they've had a deep love for his game before that. I really do think it's a race for him. And I am not as high on Tyson. I still think he's a first-round wide receiver. We put out our rankings today. He was in my top tier, which means I think somewhat interchangeable at that level. He's not the guy necessarily that I would pick, but it really does feel like everybody that's interested sitting around a table going, I mean, this is the world's biggest poker game. That's what the NFL draft is. And everybody has their chips, and everybody's like, you gonna push in? You gonna do it? You can do it. You can do it. And then somebody does it. And then, there's the cascading effect for the rest of the draft, which is really, really cool. But no, they love Tyson. They want him. The Ohio State defenders, they would take 2 of the 3. I think they'd take 3 of the 3, but they know they're not going to get Arbel. And then folks like Ioane are sort of a wild card.
Mofongo Sports for $5 says, been with you guys since the very first stream. So you've been there since we accidentally did this. Thank you guys for your work to keep busy people like me so informed every year. Cheers, gentlemen. Cheers to you as well, Mofongo. Thank you for your support. And Multi-Gremlin for 100 Swiss francs. Let's go.
Whoa.
I think based on currency exchange, that might benefit us in America more than him. So thank you for that.
Can I go collect it in person? That'd be a nice vacation after the draft. Like, go hang out in the Alps, pick up the.
Yeah,
pick up the
I think I
Swiss
could
francs.
use a trip to Lauterbrunnen at this point.
Sure.
Much love from Switzerland. Thanks for all the knowledge and entertainment the last few weeks. It's 1 a.m. I'm tired as fuck, but despite my Raiders being done after the first 10 minutes, I will stay with you fine gentlemen until the end. Boy, if it's already
That's
1
ride
a.m.,
or
that means
die
the
right
draft
there.
starts at 2. You could go to bed at 2:30, man. You're fine.
Yeah, my other podcast partner at Bear Era, they're live streaming over there tonight as well, and he's in Dublin, so he knows, and he's look,
God.
the Bears pick late, and he's like, dude, I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to be so jazzed after they pick, assuming that they pick, in the back half of this first part of the draft, that he's like, I'm going to be tweeting out reactions. I'm not going to bed. Like, forget that. So
What is it in Australia right now? I'm sure we have some Aussies.
Oh yeah,
Melbourne time.
Fitzy's,
It's 9 a.m. That's actually pretty convenient for Australians.
Fitzy's up with a cup of coffee or
Yeah.
something else. It'll be a lot of fun.
Whatever Australians drink in the morning, which I'm assuming.
Oh,
Well,
oh yes.
I don't know.
It's not really time
Devil's-
dependent in Australia.
Devil's Advocate for $5. Can't wait for Ryan Poles to take Aluhuan Sparks Jr. in the fourth. I'm not even sure if that's a real name, but honestly, knowing the Bears, wouldn't be surprised. Only 7 tackles last year, but he weighs 375. Sign
Oh
me up.
man, I think he just flipped through the beast and found the 35th ranked player in a position group and said, "That's the guy."
Jason for 25. Suppose you were building an offensive line. Each one starts OL at 50 out of 100. You have to make 100 total points. How do you distribute it to maximize it? Oh, so each player starts at 50.
Okay.
And you have 50 left? Maybe
That sounds
okay, I
like
think
what
that's
it might
is.
be.
Yeah. I'm kind of tempted to just do 10 across the board and get everybody to 6s so that nobody's terrible.
Yeah, because your offensive line is only as strong as the weakest player. There's a Seattle joke to be made here. There really is about taking 10 points from right guard, so you actually get 60 points to redistribute to the other 4.
Yeah. I mean, they won a Super Bowl with it, so
I know,
definitely
worked
do
for
that.
them. So, it's copycat league.
Nathan for $100. Thank you, Nathan, once again for your support and getting us through yet another draft season. Last night's Draftsman stream was also helped pay for our combine trips. I'll tell you that much. Happy draft day, boys. 2 questions for you. Will you be doing the Thursday night streams again? Those were fun. And 2, I don't know how much you guys have gotten into next year, but do you have a guy you're higher on? I think Terry Moore, the Duke transfer, would be safety 2 this year. I mean, outside the obvious names, I haven't really dipped into 2027 too much. I like Sorsby a lot. I think he could have been QB2 in this draft. Dante probably would have been QB2. Not even probably. He would have been QB2 in this draft if it came out. I'm assuming Oregon has another crazy good tight end. That seems to be a thing they have every year. Let's see. Who's like a more...
Well, I mean, a lot of the guys
radar.
that went back, right? And this is a thing with NIL and extended eligibility is that every year people say, "Oh, are you going to do summer scouting?" And like, no, we do the summer series, which is different. That's summer scouting for the NFL. And that's a logistical reason we don't do it. But the other reason we don't do it is just prudence, because half of those guys aren't coming out. We could scout
not now.
500 prospects in the summer, and a couple hundred of them are going to go back for 1 more year, 2 more years. So it's kind of like when people send me freshmen, right? "Oh, have you seen this freshman at, Indiana?" I'm like, "Nope, sure haven't. Call me in 3 years." if he's
It's like
coming
that
out, I'll be
KG
interested.
meme. Why'd you show it to me then if I can't have it?
That's right. It's like last year when I was watching the Texas tape and I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, and he's a freshman, like a true freshman." I was like, "Well, I'll just forget about him for a while." But wow, that'll be hard because he's really good.
Speaking of Oregon players going back, I really wanted Amori Washington to come out this year.
Oh yeah, that was there's
They
like so last year it was Gillenborg for me and Amari Washington. I actually funny story. Brett and I were doing draft content early last fall, and we were just picking two or three names and kind of bringing them to the surface so you all would hear about them. Known, and I actually had Washington on tap for that week when he said he was going back to Oregon. I had to pick another player. I was like, damn it all. Yeah, he's a
he
great player.
probably would have been my DT1. Actually, would have
Yes,
been my DT1 coming out this
yeah,
year. But Oregon's got money, so they're like, yeah,
for sure.
come back.
No,
As for are we doing the Thursday night streams again? It was really tough. It's like Thursday is just kind of like an awkward day on like the football content creation weekly calendar, I guess you could say, because it is a treadmill. Like when you're in the season, like you are on a treadmill, you're watching games on Sunday, you're doing notes, and generally like we would try to record on Mondays. Sometimes we couldn't record till Tuesday mornings if we just had a whole bunch of tape we had to watch and catch up on stuff. And so you're spending Monday on like research and tape watching, and then you got Monday Night Football. There was a few weeks where we recorded after Monday Night Football. Again, a lot of the weeks we recorded on Tuesday morning, and then we're like cutting down our audios and you kind of doing a pre-cut for our editors. We're doing our ad reads ahead of time on Tuesdays. We try to get the first show out on Wednesday, where we're kind of doing a deep dive into what happened the week before, and then like Thursday, like that's the next day when the next week starts. We're kind of like recapping the previous week, like the day before the next week starts, and we got to do our next week preview show, which oftentimes we're doing that on Thursday morning, and then again we're doing the pre-cuts and sending to editors to try to get that out on Friday or Saturday. We would do Patreon episodes on Thursdays as well, send that to a different editor to try to also get that out. So it's Thursday was just kind of a weird day for us content schedule wise, and I imagine it's going to be the same way this upcoming season. We like doing the streams. It was just really hard to kind of fit it in while also doing our regular shows.
yeah, and I mean, it's a 5 hour commitment. Like even recording, if you do, I mean, we typically do more research than that, but say it takes us 2 hours to record an hour and 20-minute show, then it takes us another 20 to 40 to export it and whatever else. That's still like 3, maybe 4 hours. It was 5 hours every Thursday night, if not a little. Towards the end of the season, we needed maybe 15 minutes to get up and running. But for the first month or so, we were ironing out all the bugs, working on what we were showing on the screen, whatever else. So we'd be on an hour before the game. We'd be on, we'd fire it up 30 minutes before kickoff. Game would go 2.5, maybe 3 hours, and then we'd be on for 15, 20 minutes answering questions, and that's a 5 hour chunk, right? That is more than half of even a 10-hour workday, which is typically what we're doing during the season. So and we want to be able to do some expanded content around that, and the rights for that don't exist yet. Not saying they won't, I'm saying
Keyword
they don't
yet.
Yeah, they don't yet. So we're kind of waiting until we can show the game, not just a score bug, or do highlights or something else that sort of adds value, because it was fun and the interaction was amazing. We really liked that chance to check in with you sort of live every week, anybody who could make it. But yeah, the time chunk and the right stuff were really the kickers for us not doing it. And we put that effort into making Patreon only content this year.
I think if as a business, if we ever had the money to hire like a full-time producer that could just like run it,
Oh yeah.
that would
Yeah,
help.
if we could just step in and do the game and then step out and keep doing whatever else we needed to do, that would be a thing. We are not at that place as a business yet.
Yeah,
We'd like
we'll
to
get
be.
there. We'll get there.
We'd like to be, but we're not.
I think it's every independent channel, especially in sports, it's one of the oldest terms in YouTube is the hockey stick curve, where it's like you're going, it's flat, and then you take off, right? It's like a hockey stick.
I have something for that.
Huh.
I thought about this last night. If you're watching this stream and you're not subscribed, just click the button. Just do it right now.
Oh yeah, that does help.
What's the worst that could happen? You might get some really good content pushed your way that you're too busy to watch. Oh well. Like, that's the worst that could happen. So if you're here and enjoying it and you're going to hang out with us for 3 days, click subscribe, because I cannot tell you how many times throughout the year people go, man, your content's amazing. And I'm like, thank you. That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear it. And they're like, why don't you have more subscribers? I'm like, I don't know, man. We've been around for 6 years. We put out quality stuff. We've got a very full calendar, one of the fullest calendars of any independent sports media channel that I know of. We have literally like maybe 2 weeks off during the year, if that. And we still don't have 100,000. People ask us that all the time, whether it's advertisers, whether it's, brands reaching out to us, or folks that run media distribution companies. They're like, oh yeah, your stuff's amazing. They're like, wait, you don't have 100,000? I'm like, we don't.
Yeah.
So
we've been in talks with sponsors for summer series, and we're like, hey, we do this thing that gets over 2 million views every summer. And they're like, you get 2 million views on football content in the middle of fucking summer? And like, you don't have 100 cases. How is that possible? And I was like, I don't know, man. I just work here.
So, long story short, if you're watching, click subscribe. Get us to as close to 100,000 as you can over the next 3 days. It'd be great.
Just vibing for $30. Thank you. Which one?
I wouldn't have to answer that question again. Why don't you have 100,000 subscribers?
We have decided when we get the plaque, EJ's getting the plaque.
Yeah, because Brett already has a plaque.
Yeah, but EJ needs to have a plaque in his background.
I need a plaque.
Just vibing for $30. Thank you, Just Vibing. Bootleg OGs represent deadlifted 405. My God. Aced an exam and the draft all in one night. Who's the most Vikings player in this draft outside of the first round?
Yeah, that's a great question. Given that trade news might have been broken yesterday.
What trade news?
Gernard.
He's getting traded? Or got traded?
Maybe. A certain media personality said, I think they've already traded for Gernard yesterday.
So Dallas and Gink are their two edges.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could just have another one.
You need another one. I mean, on our show with DJ, he talked about the third edge not being a third wheel. So I think, again, first round, we've all been mocking Dylan Thieneman to the Vikes forever. And if he's there and they don't move, because I've heard they might move as well, then, Thieneman becomes a Viking. But outside the first round, to match your question, I got one. I could see a guy like Malachi Lawrence going if he doesn't go before that. Who do you have?
Just because he plays multiple spots?
Yeah.
And I think Flores would use him so well. Jay Sean Barham.
Oh, yeah. He would understand. Like, he does understand. It's not that he would understand. He understands right now what to do with Jay Sean Barham. And that would be good for Barham, too, because if Barham goes to the wrong place, he's going to get buried in a not good way. If he goes to the right place, and Flores absolutely 100% is the right place, he could flourish. He could be a very good NFL player, but it's going to take some creativity. You're going to have to move him around. You can't just line him up and slam him in offensive tackles all the time. Like, he did a bunch of that at Michigan, but he had more success when he was more mobile and got to mess with matchups.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the best in this class is Arvell, but he's going to be long gone. But, if I'm looking for a hybrid off-ball, on-ball, Van Ginkel kind of role guy.
Yeah, that's who I compared him to yesterday. Early Van Ginkel. Like, again, not current version Van Ginkel, which has polished his game tremendously. When Van Ginkel came out, he was stylistically, he was that player.
Heat Death for $5. Drinking my strongest liquor tonight because this is the first year where most prospects are younger than me. My bad. I crossed that bridge a long time ago. It gets worse every year.
Yep, for sure. Well, I hope it's good.
So, considering how old this draft class is, what are you, 28 now? D-Mac. Oh, D-Mac's here. 1999. Thank you, D-Mac. Happy draft day. Tell me why Arvell Reese is worth the Chiefs trading up to 3, and how Denzel Boston would be used by Reed. Favorite Spags day 3 corner target. And not a question. I want Caleb Banks next to Chris. I mean, I want Caleb Banks next to Chris Jones as well because that'd just be sick, assuming he stays healthy. As for why Arvel's worth trading up to 3, specifically for the Chiefs, I don't know if he's their kind of guy because I don't think that they're going to maximize him as an off-ball linebacker because maximizing him as an off-ball linebacker means also using him to rush the passer a lot. And I don't know if Spags is going to... Well, he did do it a lot with Willie. And Leo. If he kind of used him how he used Leo, where he just parked him over a guard and said, go fuck that guy up. Well, maybe he could.
Well, I mean, he's as strong as Leo, and that's crazy because Leo is legendarily strong, but Reese is pound for pound intensely strong for his size at 240. You see him shock guys who are about 320 into a standstill. He's got some real power in his arms and obviously incredibly mobile. So, again,
now that I think about it,
yep,
again, he doesn't do it a lot with Drew, and he didn't do it a lot with Nick, but the other linebackers that they've had over the years, he did it more with. So,
yeah, he did a little bit with Nick. He did a little bit with Nick on 3rd and long. He would basically mug a gap with him, and Nick is powerful enough to make that work. So, yeah,
just not like Arvel. As for how Denzel will be used by Reed, he'd be the X receiver that can actually make a contested catch, which they haven't had in a very long time. So to me, he's worth 29 for them. Yeah. Which, if you trade up for Arvel, they're not going to have
so many 3rd and 7s for the Chiefs. Yeah. He's just going to have a little jar in his locker, and every time he converts a 3rd and 7, he's going to put a little token in there, and at the end of the season, he's going to have 3 jars.
As for day 3 corner targets for Spags.
We were talking about one last night. Damani.
Chandler?
Damani from Alabama. Modern day kid, Alabama corner, last name Jones, I think. Damani Jones, is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, chap. Anyways, very well-built player, good trigger, all the measurables are there. His instincts are pretty good, but he needs to get coached up a little bit. He's better with his eyes towards the quarterback right now. I don't want him with his eyes away, but Spags can absolutely play him that way. He's big, he's fast, he hits a lot, he hits a ton. So Damani Jackson, sorry, not Jones. Yeah. Anyways, he would be a late round Spags target where he's big, tall, fast, heavy hitter. Can play with his eyes towards the quarterback. Yeah, I can use that right now.
I would look at Dalen Everett and Brent Austin. I think both of them fit Spags pretty well. He's got some long speed concerns, I guess, which again, for a guy that plays top down as an off corner, he's not going to get dusted that much, but people did watch the Tennessee game, and I know that's going to work against him a little bit. But I do like Everett as a fit for Spags as a day 3 corner.
Yeah.
Let me get back up here. Scroll.
Wear out your scroll wheel by the end of the weekend.
I know. There we go. Quarantine for 10. Thank you, Quarantine. Hello from Paris. Been watching since episode 1. You literally changed my life. I met my future wife thanks to you. I'd like to know that story. Owe you a drink if you come to Paris. Let me know if you want the full story, maybe via email. Yes, please do.
Yes, send us the full story. That sounds deeply fascinating, actually.
I'm going to throw my email into chat, which may or may not open up a can of worms, but that's okay. But I want to hear this story. Also, there are NFL games in Paris now, so don't rule out us coming.
TikTok. Yep.
I have 20 bakeries saved in my phone for next time I go to Paris. So yeah. I will be meeting you for coffee and croissant.
Yes.
Cherry Dad for $10. Absolute anxiety over Lions at 17. The highly publicized trade discussion is making me stress out so much.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're probably not gonna be at 17. If that's what you're stressed about, relax. There's a good
I'll,
chance they won't pick there.
there's two teams outside of the top 10 that I am very confident are not picking at their current picks. It's Detroit, New England for wildly different reasons, but I think
Yeah,
they're both trading.
yeah. Detroit was the earliest credible rumor that I heard. People started floating that over a week ago, which is a long time ago in the draftscape for sure. There are definitely more teams in that bin today of, very strong potential trade up, but yeah, Lions have been rumored to be moving up. Now the target may have changed. For when the initial rumors started, it was for a tackle. Now it's for an edge. So we shall see.
Which requires them being comfortable with Larry Borum. I would advise
Don't.
against that.
I mean, it's funny. You can always Larry Borum is like the litmus test of NFL fandom. If you're talking
If you
to
know
a
who Larry
Chicago
Borum
fan,
is, you're probably depressed.
yeah. What do you see in the ink blot? Larry Borum. Oh, I'll get you medication. No. If you talk to a Chicago fan, they're like, no, absolutely not. If you talk to a Dolphins fan, they're actually kind of like, he's all right. So,
He's not.
I,
So,
buddy, you don't have to
say
tell
that.
me. Like, I'm aware.
N7 Vicarian. Hey guys, y'all are my favorite NFL content creators. Have a fun Ty Simpson FMK over 1. 33rd of the Jets sits the whole. Oh, it's a Ty Simpson fuck Mary kill. Okay. So first
Okay.
one, 33rd to the Jets sits the whole year. Number 2, 47 to the Colts starts until Jones is back. Third, 53rd to the Steelers start by week 5. Am I doing this from Ty Simpson's perspective or from an outsider's perspective about the value of Ty Simpson? Because if I'm Ty Simpson,
Or as just a content creator looking for the best possible entertainment value. I think that might be
I
the most
mean,
fun with.
the the best entertainment value is probably to the Colts, because if he plays well, all of a sudden there's like controversy in New England, or not New England, in Indianapolis, and that's just like fun to talk about. It also means that Ty Simpson's good, which is great for Ty. The least fun is probably 33rd to the Jets, because I just think we all know how that's going to go, and I don't think we wish that on anybody. 53rd to the Steelers is interesting because it's not like that heavy an investment. And if you start by week 5, okay, that just means that Will Howard didn't work out, and it also means that Aaron didn't come back. But like, you're not forbidden from drafting another quarterback in 2027 if he doesn't work as the 53rd pick. So like, that's kind of almost like a carefree, like, roll the dice, we'll see what happens kind of. So that one's fine with me, but the most entertaining one is if he's a Colt and there's a QB controversy in Indy.
Yeah, me as the maybe lone member of the Will Howard Believers Club still on the wagon, that
Dozens of you.
hasn't jumped off. No, I don't think there are. I think there might be like a few of us. Anyways, I actually want to see him play. I liked some of his tape. I thought he was one of the guys that might develop. Would I hang my entire franchise future on the fact that Will Howard's going to be a good pro? I don't think I would do that, but do I want to see him get real NFL snaps? I think there's something in there. So that to me is probably one of the least fun ones, because I wouldn't get to see Will Howard. But there you go.
Vrabel is talking right
No, it was the pre-draft news conference.
now.
I
25
think
minutes
this
for
is.
the first round.
I thought it was recorded. I thought he did it earlier, but maybe not. Is it live?
Patriots announced head coach Mike Vrabel will speak before the NFL draft begins, which I assume is right now.
I
Uh,
guess. I
Yeah,
don't
he's talking
have
right now. What'd he say?
I don't know. I don't have the audio on. Live streamed by the Pats. No, it's live. Okay. Um,
That's not good, right?
the draft is the rug he's sweeping under. Well, maybe. Um,
Did he come
yeah,
out in a gas
that
mask? Like,
that. Oh man, I don't know. How many? What's the over under on gas mask references you've gotten in the last week where somebody said to you, "Man, if he could just like wear a gas mask and film it." I was like, "Oh man." The one incident has become absolute draft
Vrabel
lore and
just
legend.
admitted everything he did 9/11. Okay. Yeah, there's just been like more and more photos coming out as like a slow trickle, and it's kind of gotten a little bit too much for them to sweep under the rug. So again, I don't think I would have done a press conference 25 minutes before the draft, but whatever, man. I'm not a crisis management team. That's on them.
You mean you're not gas on a fire for money? Because that kind of
I
seems
will
like
say,
how that
like,
whole crisis management staff has managed it.
they've done a terrible job.
Yeah.
All of them
Yes.
have.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like, Jesus Christ, guys. Anyway, Ashley Atchison for 1999, kicking back and enjoying a drink because I am basking in the glory of Sexy Dexy. Love you guys. Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate you very much. I happen to be a fan of the Dex trade to Cincy.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought it was an overpay. I understand why. He's an older defensive tackle. You're giving up a top 10 draft pick, but like they were not going to get anybody. I think it's very clear at this point. They're not going to get anybody that is close to Dexter Lawrence as a player. They feel like they're in a contention window. They have 15 players signed through 2028. That is the 25th fewest. Basically, there's not that many teams that have less players signed in 2028 than Cincy. They feel like their window is right now, and they don't care what this team looks like after 2027. So I get it from that standpoint. Their owner's 90, so they want to go for it. And let's be honest, this team doesn't draft very well anyway. So I think them giving up a pick for somebody who's they know is good is fine.
Yeah, I'm not against it. I think it'll be very interesting to see who the Giants end up with at that pick and really who is on the board from Cincinnati's perspective, because that's probably much more relevant. Like the Giants have a different set of needs. They're in a different part of their window. So it's not really about who the Giants pick. It's about who is available at 10 and comparing that to what they're going to get out of a hopefully healthy and motivated Dexter Lawrence. And he was unmotivated last year, unhappy with his contract. He has new money, and he is presumably quite pleased that he is out of New York. That seemed to be the thing. If he comes out and plays like the Dexter Lawrence of old, or even 85% of that, Cincinnati's going to be very happy with that move.
Flacco 5 for $1.99. Happy draft day. Happy draft day to you as well, Flacco. Henry for $2. Stinks I'm missing the draft because work. Much love to y'all. Thank you for stopping by, Henry. You come by basically every stream that we do, and we appreciate you for at least popping in, I'm assuming, on your phone for this one. So that's great. Timmer for $5. Got the draft and just started a vacation. Loving it. Which late round one edge would fit the system best? I'm assuming he's talking about the Patriots. Meeting a friend in Sedona, Arizona. Don't tell no one. Fuck. It's going to be that kind of weekend each.
It's not going to get any better. Late round edge to the Patriots, you say?
Keldrick is the dream, but I don't know if it'll be there.
Keldrick is a dream. I really don't believe that's going to happen. It would be between Parker and Young for me.
I also don't think Parker's going to be there. Young might be.
Young,
Probably
I think,
will be.
is going to be there. And when I went back to do my rechecks for stacking for the draft rankings, by the way, if you're a patron, go check out the draft rankings that are on the site. Zion, I was trying to basically slot him in the defensive end stack. And I watched him a while ago, and I liked him even better after the recheck. When I went back, I thought, man, I kind of missed the boat on some of this because I was not such a huge Zion guy. As long as his head's screwed on straight, and I believe that it is, he would fit what they do on the field very, very well.
Dr. Diddler, what a name for $5. Gonna get this stream demonetized. What are the names to watch, preferably day 2 for the Jags? So there has been a lot of talk about BTJ being on the move, so they
Yeah.
might want to look at receiver depth if they're moving BTJ for a higher pick so they can get something else. Which, I'm not saying they will, but there's been talk about it. And maybe they might be in the market for a day 2 receiver. So I'd be looking at probably, they could be a Chris Bell team.
Yeah,
They
if we're
don't need
talking
him like
about wide
immediately.
receivers. Yeah, that's the thing with Bell is you better not because his knee's not going to be, even if it's healed, it's not going to be at full strength for a bit. Probably the back end of the 2026 season is the most wishful thinking, which is terrible timing for Bell, but good wide receiver, explosive, outside 6'2", 200 plus, really in the Denzel Boston mold. I don't think quite as diverse a route tree as Denzel, but every bit as big and as powerful and explosive. And really, that's the thing you see with him on tape is if he makes a move after the catch, I don't care who the defensive back is, they're going to have trouble catching him. He is big and fast in a straight line, and that can be devastating if you get him on the right routes.
George Beckton for $10. Thank you, George. I'm thinking the Panthers should draft Mike Jack's replacement this year. Is there anyone late day 2 or day 3 that would fit them? So as far as like somebody who plays like him, right? So like a explosive off corner that Bates throws his way.
We're talking about late day 2?
Yeah, so like I'm looking at like Hezekiah Massis. I think fits that style really, really well. And you don't have to commit like a crazy, crazy high pick for him. They're not going to get Chris Johnson. But I could see them doing Massis on day 2.
Igbinosun towards the end of round 3-ish. That's about where he's going to fall. I mean, he'd be in the top of round 3, probably where he's currently slotted. And he might go earlier. But he's got size and explosion.
Where are you at on Malik Muhammad?
I don't love him. He's currently 84 on the consensus board. That's much higher than I have him. I struggled to slot him into my corner rankings. He's one of those guys who's good, who I just don't really have any sort of a feel for, like not positive. I don't hate him. His numbers were pretty good. His tape was solid, and his analytics scores were above average in some areas that really do matter. I watched 3 games of him, and I came away completely whelmed. I would choose a lot of other corners before him because sometimes I'm sure you have this. Sometimes you watch a player and you're like, I know he's good. I know he's going to go in the top, whatever 100. I just can't, I can't slot him in. Like he doesn't fit for me. Yeah, he was a weird one for me this year. He was one of, I would say 3 or 4 players that, again, definitely, I think he's going to be a top 100 player, and I think that's justified. Just not for me. Like
I felt that way about another Texas kid, Anthony Hill, where I was like,
I noticed that on your
understand
linebacker rants. Yep, I get it that he's big and fast and had some interceptions and can blitz and all the things. But yeah, Hill ended up a little bit lower in my linebacker rankings, not lower than yours. I had noticed when I was putting yours in, I was like, oh, so you really don't like him. But yeah, occasionally there are just those guys that you watch on tape, and it can be a quarterback, it can be a wide receiver, it can be a runner, it can be whatever. And you just, Nick Singleton was that way for me. I was really excited about Nick Singleton way back in the fall, and I was going to feature him on one of those Patreon only episodes. And I watched him and I was like, I can't, like, he's not my style of runner. Not a very good athlete, but really straight ahead. Pretty much has to run you over. Not a lot of wiggle. I don't feel like he's got great anticipation as a runner. Very, very gifted runner who was at a huge program, and everybody, oh, of course, you're drafting Singleton up. Like, Nick Singleton is not a runner I would pursue in this draft, and there's not very many runners in this draft, so that narrows it down a little bit.
Rod Bruja for $9.99. Thank you, Rod. As a Dolphins fan, what player should I be hoping that Sully doesn't take with our 2 picks in the first, outside of an insane reach or a quarterback? So what player should you hope he doesn't pick?
It's tough for the Dolphins because they have so many needs. Like I mean, maybe injured ones that won't see the field right away because they could certainly use the help from high picks. And again, Miami has so many needs. There are a few teams where it's like, we really only need 2 things up high. Yeah, we're going to use depth down the board, but Miami's not one of those teams. Miami has like 5 or 6 maybe starting needs, so they could really go anywhere they wanted to.
I mean, maybe like don't take Kristen Miller late in the first round because like there's no point to it with what they currently have. But
well, yeah, if you're doubling up again with that many needs, if you're adding to a position, one of your few positions of strength, that might be seen as not the best use of resources. But I think the Dolphins are legit one of the hardest teams to answer that question for in this draft because there are, I don't really think of the Dolphins as bad. I know that doesn't sound right, but
they just don't have stars.
I think they can be good pretty quickly, but they have a lot of needs. They are a team that has to do well in the draft. Yeah. And if they do, they could be good pretty quickly. If they don't, they're not going to be good anytime soon. Like it's really one way or the other.
2 top-tier players, and it's a center.
Yeah.
And then, if you like Jordan Brooks that much, you can consider Jordan Brooks.
Yeah.
And Seiler. But again, you have to, if you like Seiler that much.
Yeah.
But like Brewer's like the only like top 5 at his position guy in
and he might be like top 3.
Yeah. And that's your center. So it's like, shit. We got nothing else.
Yeah. You can literally go. There are so few position groups that they couldn't pick outside of taking like an injured player.
Oh, HN.
Injured reach.
Okay, fair. I forgot about HN.
For sure. Yeah, no, he's great. We are HN fans in this house because my son ended up playing fantasy football, not because he wanted to, but like somebody literally signed him up and it auto drafted and he got HNs. We breathlessly followed Devin's progress all season long, and he carried that team for sure.
Let's see. Soham Kinikar for 5. Thank you. Jordan Vandenberg is a genuine dog. I know how much Brett loves him, but watching him hold up the Georgia Tech defense by himself validates it. And here's the thing.
So here's the thing.
He still doesn't know what he's doing yet.
No, not even close.
He just did that with athleticism and spite.
Yeah, guile. just pure guile.
You get him to a good defensive line coach, as well as like a good off-season trainer, like put him with like BT Jordan or something like that, teach him how to actually rush the passer. Sky's the limit for him. But he is going to go on day 3 because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, that's the distance between those 2 points is a fair bit, but he's got the legs to run it. Like that frame is rare. That amount of explosion, not typically, especially in this draft. There are very few tackles with that much athletic burst. And yeah, he's something else. He is going to go late, but if you pay that off, that's going to be a winning lottery ticket.
Thon Maker for $9.99. Ever heard of Cyan Sloan out of NC State? He was in my same graduating class out of high school. I have not watched him. Have you watched him, Each?
Only in concert with other folks. I did have somebody ask me about him. Well, time's blurring. 2.5, maybe 3 weeks ago, and they were like, "Hey, have you gotten to him yet?" And I was like, "Nope, he's on my list, but I'm not gonna get to him. Like, I'm only gonna make it to. I think I made it to 220 plus 221 full reports with 30 to 40 other guys that I watched but didn't write full reports on. So I'm right about at the draftable number. I'm depending. So there'll definitely be guys on day 3 that get drafted that neither one of us watched because they were ranked 400 and we didn't get that deep. We got to 240, 250.
Matthew says, missed super chat from yesterday. What do you make of the current 49ers D-line situation? It seems like we haven't been able to make any of our draft picks work except Nick Bosa and DJ Jones. So
Ooh,
we
I
had
don't
said
believe that.
this time last year when they drafted like Michael and CJ. They drafted guys that stopped
Alfred
the run.
Collins.
Like, yeah, Albert. Like they drafted guys that stopped the run. Their run defense the previous year in 2024 was absolutely atrocious. They got blown off the ball. So their approach was, we're going to draft a bunch of guys that can stop the run, and they will get Nick to 3rd and long. They're counting on Nick for their disruption and pass rush productivity. But they drafted a bunch of guys that can get them to 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. The problem is everybody died. They took so many injuries on the defensive line, especially with Nick, that like it didn't matter. And like they lost Fred at like week 6. He was holding everything together. And then like Saleh just cobbled together this kind of ragtag group for the rest of the year. And like they made it work, but they didn't have everybody there. They didn't have half their cogs in the machine. So I'm not really judging the 2025 draft picks yet, because we need to see all of them on the field together for like an extended period of time to see how it was supposed to work last year. I think they're going to be all right.
Yeah, they have a lot of talent in chat score saying, well, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work largely because of the injuries, not necessarily because the players are bad or the idea was bad. And what Saleh did in the back half of the season with San Francisco was yeoman's work. They had no business being that good. Mid-season, if you watched us and our coverage, we were like, well, that's it. They're done. There's no way that they're going to be able to put up any kind of defensive performance for the rest of the season. Just check back in next year. And then a funny thing happened. Like a month later, they were still playing really, really hard and having a lot of fun doing it. Had some primetime games, and it was like, how long? Like, how long can you keep running the car on fumes? And the answer is, it's still going, floor it. And they did for a while. They eventually ran out of gas, but it was a really good coaching job. And yeah, I do want to see all those high draft picks get back on the field. Collins, CJ West, Michael, those guys are good. And do they need more pure pass rush juice? Yeah. And that's one of the reasons. I forget which mock it was. Somebody said to me, they sent me some of the links that we posted, and they're like, you guys are really kind of pre-draft darlings this year. I said, yeah, it was a bit of a tour. We're on a lot of different shows. So I don't remember what show it was on, but I ended up picking Cassius Howell to go to the Niners. And the whole reason was like the D Ford like rusher, right? Somebody that is just a dedicated fireballer to come in. They have the guys to stop the run. And Howell is that type. So if they're looking to add that as a compliment, really truly a Robin to Nick's Batman, then I could see that being an approach that they would take.
I want to extend a toast to you, Cody, for 1999. He says, absolutely love the content, fellas. I'm going to check in as much as possible over day 2 as I have a birthday dinner to get to. And day 3, I'm proposing to my girlfriend. Hopefully it's a yes. I also hope for your sake it's a yes as well.
Yeah, we are with you in spirit. We hope that works out.
Make sure her nails are done. Just ask me how I know.
Ask you how you know.
You're going to want to take pictures with the ring on the finger. Like, make sure her nails are done, and you'll be fine. As for your question, what are your thoughts on Roush to KC? I would love that. He can block his ass off. He is massive. He's like in the 260s, which is a rarity for tight ends these days. Can really move, really fluid. Did have some drops issues, but overall, as far as upside, other than Kenyon Sadiq, he probably has the best overall 3-down upside of any tight end in this class.
Says the Tucker Craft pilled Brett.
I mean, it's either,
yeah.
As far as upside, it's either him, Max Clare, or Gillenborg. I just don't think Gillenborg can block.
No, and yeah, he hasn't shown us any evidence of that. A guy that I would really like in terms of a player for a tight end that would go to Kansas City, that little underrated for certain. But again, if you look all the way back to like Kelsey coming out, right? Kelsey was definitely underrated as a tight end, and he, was not the Kelsey that he is now when he came out. That's again recency bias. Is Jack Andrews? I really like Jack Andrews out of Texas, by way of Cal. Like, he is a good, very good all around tight end. He is a sneaky good receiver, but he's got good size. He does block. He is not as big or as fast as Sam is, but I think he is a better, more well-rounded player right now that nobody's talking about. Like, nobody's, beating a path to his door. I don't think anybody's racing in a pick to get Jack Andrews yet. I'm fascinated to see where he goes because I think he's going to outplay his draft stock because I think he's probably going to get drafted on day 3. And I think that's a little bit low for the talent that I saw on tape. So,
Also, all that I ask is that you come back and just let us know if she said yes on Saturday. We would love to hear
let us off the
conclusion
hook.
of the stories. Congratulations to you for finding somebody. It really is a special moment. I still remember when I did mine. You're gonna remember it forever. So that's awesome. Diabetic Survivor for $4.99. Is that my cat putting questions in the chat? Team with underrated positioning in the draft. My Niners. Another Niners question. Only have 6 picks, but they're early, which means they'll avoid the wasteland of the 5th and beyond. That's an interesting point. To have a high volume of picks, but have them all be premium.
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit like the Bears. The Bears have, 1 first, 2 seconds, a third, a fourth, and then 110 pick gap. So
yeah,
they're getting shots in early, and then they're not going to do anything unless they trade back and get some extra picks in that, crazy valley that they have. Day 3 for Bears fans is going to be 1 pick very early on in the 4th round, and then crickets until 10 picks from the end of the draft.
Jude for $1.99 says, what should the Steelers do with their extra picks? I think they're a team that's live to trade up and significantly to get
it's
either the receiver they want or the tackle they want.
Yeah, it's hard to sort of. It's so important when you're in a city, like when the draft is in your city. That's a time to make a splash. You're never going to have more fans at the draft. Like, if you're going to trade up and go big, do it when the draft is in your town. People will remember that forever if you hit it. I know it doesn't seem like a strategy, but it absolutely plays into the entire piece of being an NFL team.
Here's my dream for the Steelers. Again, I didn't do any trades in my mock. I took an edge. Steelers fans got mad at me.
Everybody got mad at you.
That's what mocks do.
It was the perfect mock. You got everybody pissed off. It's hard to do.
There wasn't really. I mean, you could argue Tyson, but again, I'm worried about the injuries. But the board didn't fall the Steelers' way in my mock whatsoever. But I can address that with a trade up to Snake Ioane from Baltimore. Go up to the Rams at 13.
Let's go. That crowd would
does that make it up?
It would.
Steelers fans, you're gonna be nice to me now?
I don't know about that. Let's easy big shooter. But that crowd would go bananas if that happened.
That would be one of my favorite picks the whole day.
It would be, for so many reasons, that would be delightful.
Yeah, I kind of hope that happens now. That would be sick.
Now you've talked it into existence. You're wish casting that one.
Ravens fans would be beside themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they'd probably still end up with Sadiq, but I had one expert mock draft I was in, and I ended up picking Ioane. I wanted to pick Sadiq because Sadiq is the dessert pick. Ioane is the vegetables pick, and I was like, man, how much of the Ravens offense got wrecked by their guard last year? The answer is a lot. Yeah. Let's keep the quarterback happy. Let's give Lamar a really stable footing in the pocket, and nobody, and I do mean nobody in this interior offensive line class is better in pass protection than Ioane. Like, he is pretty much impenetrable as a pass protector. Like, nobody gets by him.
Christopher C for $4.99. What's your guys' crazy ceilings for draft positions? I can see J-Rod at 12, Malachi Lawrence at 14. Holy shit. Christian
there's
Miller
been a lot
at
of talk
18.
about that.
That one's not
Yeah.
that crazy. Chris Johnson at 15 and Derek Moore at 30.
Derek Moore at 30 would surprise me and bum me out because I really hope he's there at 57. He would fit what Dennis Allen wants to do with the Bears, and he's my sort of, in case of emergency, didn't pick a defensive player in round one, break glass. Derek Moore at 57. So him at 30 would be like, well, there goes that. And I think he might go earlier than 57 because I think the NFL appreciates his profile. Guys with length, play with power and leverage. He's an experienced rusher. He's been doing it for years. So there possibility. You said Chris Johnson pretty early, what, like 15 or something?
15 to Tampa. And here I thought Thieneman at 11 was going to be nuts.
No, Chris Johnson, one of my favorite players in this draft, but 15 would first round. My boldish prediction on the last blue chip committee was that Chris Johnson was going in the first round because he was at that point he was 41st on consensus board, so not far out of the first round. But I was like, I there's concerns about McCoy's knee. Like, we actually recorded that before the big concerns about McCoy's knee came out. And I thought, look, I've heard a lot of talk that he crushed interviews and whatever, but 15 still little rich. That would be, yeah, I like the frame of the question though. Like, what's the crazy ceiling? Like, how high? Malachi Lawrence is, man, he might have the greatest variance because people have been talking about him going in the middle of the first, and I could also see him going like 65 or something.
I was thinking like round 3.
I don't think he's going to go round 3 just because
I'm not saying he will.
Yeah, that would be, but I mean, talk about variance, like easily a full round. And when you're talking about being near the top of the draft, oh boy. Hometown boys leading off. Oh yeah. And Watt.
Oh, was TJ out there too?
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah. Nah, these are great moments for players that play in a city when the draft comes to your town and you get to be on stage, commissioner, and announce picks. Like, this is good stuff. I love the set too. Being a film and theater guy, the way they built the set, the backdrop in Pittsburgh is pretty cool.
Booing the shit out of him.
A tradition like no other. Oh, we have a grit reference already.
And ketchup.
Most dominant franchises in history.
Did you see that Hester signed a deal with Heinz 57 as the 57th overall pick?
Oh, I heard Roger was drowning you out. What was that?
So Hester signed as a spokesman for now the 57th pick is going to get a lifetime supply of Heinz 57.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because apparently Hester was the 57th pick because I don't keep track of stuff like that. But yeah.
Performative boos. They're saying boo words. I love you, chat. Do we get Goodell audio? Yeah. When the picks get announced, I'll bring up Raj because I want to like experience Kamish saying the picks. You guys know me. I don't like reading it off Twitter. Does TJ have veneers? No, he's a Watt brother. They're just blessed with crazy genetics.
Oh man. 3,500 people hanging out with us watching pick number 1. Unreal.
Draft hasn't even started yet.
No.
Wow, Jared says tuning into the stream from the middle of an Appalachian Trail through hike, hoping for some Howie magic.
Oh, let's go. AT through hikers hanging out. All right, when we get to a bit of a break, we'll play EJ's favorite game at the draft and
who's the most remote person watching?
Oh, just where you're at is one of my favorite things to do on these days because we have so many folks. And by the way, since we have holy cow, we went up 1,000 in a minute.
What are we at?
It's 4,600.
Jesus. Okay.
It was 3,500 a minute ago. Hey, y'all, there's 1,000
you tell the
more
draft
people in the
started?
room. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. So, since you're here, all 4,000 of you, if you're not subscribed to the channel, do that right now. Just click subscribe. Nothing terrible is going to happen. We're just going to send you good football content. You're here watching good football. What's the worst that could happen? Click subscribe. Help us get towards 100,000. We want to see how close we can push that number by the end of the draft.
Occasionally we drink Malort.
We is pulling a lot of weight there.
The royal we.
Man, they're rolling out on everybody. We
Wow,
got
every
Big Ben.
Steelers player.
Yeah, well, every Steelers quarterback.
There's like 8 Steelers legends on stage right now.
Where's Aaron Rodgers?
Hanging out with his family.
Yeah, for another 4 months. Oh man. Oh, is that Hines?
So we got Terry, we got
Ward, too?
Hines.
Nice.
Where's Ike? And James.
Oh, Cookie for $10. Cheers from Korea. Tighten up. All right.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Wait, what time is it in Seoul?
I have no idea, but I could find out. My phone would tell me.
Oh, it's 9 a.m. Okay. Wait, is it the same time in Seoul and Melbourne? Is that going to... Oh, no. Okay, they're an hour. Which, by the way, Seoul and Melbourne being an hour different fucks my brain up real good.
I was going to say, occasionally I get to see that look on your face when geography comes to play.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean they're an hour apart?
How is that possible? Like, well, you draw a line from the top to the bottom, and anyways.
Got a bottle of Redbreast single pot ready for celebration / morning.
Let's go. That sounds amazing.
I know a Browns fan when I see one.
I was going to say, is there DoorDash?
It's 8 a.m. in Perth.
There you go.
2 a.m. in Madrid. God, I want to go to the Madrid game so bad. Or just a game in Madrid.
Yeah,
I'll
absolutely.
take Barcelona too. I want to go to Spain really bad. I am a slut for paella. You guys know this. Well, maybe you don't. Now you do. I
No,
want
you
paella
do.
so bad. Oh,
Yeah.
like eating paella on a beach in Mallorca. I would die happy.
Hopefully not on the beach eating paella. But
If I went then, that's fine. If I die, I die.
sure.
That's cool.
Right. If he dies, he dies. What was
So
he doing?
Raiders are on the clock.
Yeah,
You
no,
guys
it's
will
been-
notice it's been on the screen for about an hour now.
Yeah.
We have these handy dandy stat pages as well as like upcoming free agents for every single team. We'll be rolling those out for every single pick. Shout out to Hockey's, who's in the crowd in Pittsburgh right now, who made these. A lot of real bad numbers for Vegas. Last year, offensive pressure percentage allowed 32nd, dead last in the league, worst offensive line in the league. Defensive line pressure percent generated 23rd. Offensive line yards before contact per attempt was 0.4. So if you're wondering why Ashton Genty struggled to survive, it was that. That was dead last in the league. Yards before contact per attempt allowed 0.8. Fifth. So not great in the trenches. Did a lot of work in the offseason, spent a lot of money in the offseason to fix that issue. I really didn't have that many issues with anything they did last month in March, but a lot of the finishing pieces are going to have to come in the draft, one of which being Fernando Mendoza here. The good thing is he doesn't have to play. Maybe their most important signing other than Tyler Linderbaum and the weird kind of retention of Max Crosby, which apparently is going to be on the team this year. Topic for another day. But their most important non-Linderbaum Crosby signing was Kirk Cousins because Fernando does not have to play. I do not think he is ready. I think that he can be ready eventually, but it's not right now. He's going to have to play in a Kubiak offense that is very under center heavy, not very RPO reliant, not very screen reliant. It's very much you line up under center, you turn your back to the defense. The picture's going to be changing on you. You got to whip your eyes around, identify, locate, make a good decision. He just hasn't really done that before ever. So it's going to take a while for him to get used to it. Kirk Cousins is used to it. Kirk Cousins can operate this system. Ideally, Fernando does not play at all this year unless he's doing like fourth quarter cleanup duty. But I think this pick is not for 2026. It's for 2027 and maybe even 2028 and beyond. And they'll be great long term. But I thought the Kirk Cousins signing really, really improved the odds that Fernando would work out.
Yeah, it means he doesn't have to get thrown to the Wolves immediately, which is tough for any rookie quarterback. I think he can handle it frame-wise for sure. This is not I think we've all gotten used to quarterbacks who are like 6'1", 6'2", like 205, 208 pounds. He is 6'5", 236. He is built for that life in the NFL. Adjusted completion percentage, 79%. That was tops in this class for draftable quarterbacks. 41 touchdowns. You're going to see all those stats up there. Not really a runner. Not a threatening runner for sure, although he did have 14 runs over 10 yards, which I thought, even though they played a lot of football, was more than I expected because that's not really his game. He is a pocket passer and a good one. He is mobile. I'm not saying he's a statue, but and of course, right on cue, they're going to show his legs.
Yeah, he can run. Like again, he can. It's not what you want to build around.
Yeah.
No.
Because generally he's going to help you more from the pocket with his arm. And he did that for Indiana, and that's the reason they won the national championship. It wasn't in spite of Fernando Mendoza. It was because of his play. And a lot of his other players on that team, as often happens, are going to get a lot of love. The receivers especially. One of the stats that I thought was really crazy putting this together is the Alabama wide receivers had 30 drops. The Indiana ones, even though they played more games, had 9.
Yeah.
He puts the ball, by the way, on target. Yeah.
Great stat for Cooper Jr. and really every Indiana skill position player coming out in this draft. Like they held on to the ball.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, pick is in. Everybody was celebrating. I think we know what this means. There's no intrigue here, but now, right now, the intrigue starts because a lot of drafts you can line up the first 3 picks, the first 4 picks. Sometimes even the first 5 or 6 picks are pretty certain. Not this year. This year, pick 1 is certain, and that's it.
Bo Melton.
As they should.
All right. They didn't take Diego Pavia. It's a win. We'll take it.
Were you betting on that?
I'm sure there was like really long call sheet odds on that one. It's like, I'm going to make $4 billion.
Right. Oh, man.
Oh, no, my parlay.
Oh, no. Oh, that's class right there.
Oh, man.
Yeah. If
all
that
right,
blew it, maybe you're not good at parlays.
Oh, not Chiefs. Hold on. Where's the Jets? Scrolling. It's alphabetical, Brett. Say your ABCs. There we go.
Oh, TJ, thanks for the super chat. Round 1 should be for $1 for round 1, but it's $2. Here we go. Okay. I'm not going to argue. That's fantastic.
We're going to draft Fernando here. Let's see. Oh, let's go. I was making sure that the overlay worked. By the way, the overlay is on mockingbird.app, which my friend Riel built. And if you're looking for a place that not only does, mock draft simulators, and they already have the 2027 sim ready to go, but you can like write and store scouting reports on it. It's almost kind of like Letterboxd, but for NFL draft, the NFL draft community. So you can like do and store mock drafts. They have like multiplayer mock drafts. You could do reports and store reports. And there's a whole bunch of new features that he's working on, everything like that. But one of the reasons why I like it is it has an overlay so that while I have to like do the mock draft and I do manual picks, but the overlay feeds into OBS. So now we can use that as our draft tracker as we're going. So again, check out Mockingbird. Super sick. And he's also working on some fantasy features, some of which that I suggested, like doing like Mario Party mini games in between rounds to redo the draft order every single round and fuck with people. So I'm assuming he is. Well, he's probably not sober right now because he's also at the draft. But eventually he will be building that into Mockingbird.
For sure. We are happy to be able to use it and bring you all better graphics because of it. That helps us keep track, helps you all keep track of where we are if you have to drop out of the stream and drop back in. Little bit of a visual guide. So we've got some super chats to keep up on. FM Slack for $10. Boys, I've been here every Draftsmas day since 2020. Let's go. Favorite holiday, $10. Thank you very much.
It's Draftsmas. It's the best day of the year.
Yeah. Jarhead for $1.99. No comment. Just $1.99. Thank you very much. Wilkasaur $4.99. Happy Draftsmas, gents. Thoughts on Eli Heidenreich? He's a wide receiver and a good one. He's going to be a slot wide receiver and a returner and a gadget guy, jet sweep, you name it, because of his experience in the backfield. I rated him as a wide receiver. He was not super high, but on my wide receiver rankings, but he is in there, and I think he's going to be a solid value day 3. But he is explosive. He has power. He has very, very good hands. He's super experienced in the pass game, which is why I say he's a wide receiver. But he actually had more yards receiving than he did running the ball, even though he's a running back, which is very rare. So I think he's going to be a good player. I think he's going on day 3. I wouldn't let that deter you. I think he has a skill set that plays in the NFL. Might take him a while to sort of settle into a role. I don't think he's going to come in and take anybody's starting job right off, but as he gets chances to play, and again, he's going to get multiple chances because he can do a lot of things. And it's the old NFL adage, the more things you can do, he can do a lot of things. He can be your spot third down back if he needs to. He can come in and be your 4th wide receiver. He can be a returner. So he's going to make the team just out of versatility's sake. And I think once he gets his opportunities on the field, he'll probably show out.
So Jets pick is in. They did make a pick. Again, widely expected to be David Bailey. I personally, for me, would go Arvell Reese, but I understand the appeal of Bailey here, especially for a group of decision makers that feels like they don't have time to have somebody develop, because if this team starts off with a bad record in the first half of the year, they feel like they're all going to get fired. So if they feel like David Bailey is the more sure thing, where it's like, let's get to Halloween at like 4 and 5, that'll save a lot of jobs. And unfortunately, people do make decisions that way. I just don't feel like they think they have enough leash to develop an Arvell Reese, who I think has a higher ceiling than David Bailey. I think they want somebody with a higher floor, or maybe not even a higher floor, maybe just like a more immediate contribution. So I would, here we go.
The New York Jets select David Bailey.
There it is.
There it is. All right. Well,
So-
chalky so far. Now it gets fun because a lot of intrigue about who might move up to 3 with Reese still on the board. And this is what I heard this morning was, if the pick is Bailey, competition for pick 3 is going to heat up. So a lot of teams have called. Those structures are already worked out. Now, basically, sitting in the catbird seat, if you're the Arizona franchise, just going, hey, who's going to give us the best offer? Y'all want it. It's available. They have been trying to get out of this pick for like 3 weeks. It's been the worst kept secret in draft them, is that Arizona wants to move out of this pick. So I would expect our first trade here.
I will say, in defense of Bailey, again, there's a lot of his profile, and I just put out a video on this today, where I get a little bit nervous about it, right? Because he is more of a speed rusher than a power rusher. He is more of an undersized guy, and size and power tends to win at the NFL level. There's a whole bunch of data behind that. If you're looking at, the top essentially 100 edge rush seasons over the last decade, the average great edge rush season is somebody who's 6'3", 262 with immense power. That doesn't really describe David Bailey. However, there are some reps on tape where he does weaponize his length. He keeps a tackle off of him. He wins with his length and kind of gets into the chest before the tackle can get into his. He uses the old one arm is longer than two principle, which when you already have long arms, which he does, that just kind of counts double, where the tackle just can't touch you, even if they have long arms themselves. And he does flash power on tape. It happened like 3 times. I know it's in there, but it was not as consistent as Ruben Bain. I wouldn't even say it was consistent as Arvell Reese winning with power. So it really just comes down to if the Jets think that they can get him to maybe add like 5 to 7 pounds to his frame and really get him to use his length to his advantage. Because when you have power and length, there's really nothing anybody can do about it. He's not there yet. It's in there. I don't feel as good about Bailey as a pure contributing to me right now edge as, say, Ruben Bain. But I also don't think he has the same overall upside as Arvell Reese. So I get why they made the pick. I personally would have gone a different direction, but I wouldn't say it's a bad pick.
And what they were showing in terms of the highlights, the explosion, right? And it's not just the pass rushing explosion. A lot of tackles for loss, 40 stops tops in this edge class. And you saw some of those on the highlight reel where he just bursts past the guard, hits the running back basically as he gets the handoff. 6'3", 251. So we're not talking about an undersized rusher, obviously super aggressive. 81 total pressures this year. Like, this is a player who can go right now in the NFL. Is he going to have to continue to diversify his game? Yes, he is. But, it is going to be about continuing to fill out, about using the power that he has more often. Because, like you said, it's in there. You see it occasionally, but the word you always hear around it is flashed power, right? It's not something you see consistently. And once he has that, and he can use the speed and burst and all those natural gifts, the length as change-ups, like, then he's really going to be a handful to deal with. Right now, tackles that are very good at dealing with speed rushers are going to give him some trouble until he figures out what his fallback position is.
There are 2 minutes on the clock.
Arizona's
clapping.
They just going to go Maui Noah here, go chalk?
Did they not get the offer they wanted?
We
know teams were trying this morning to get up there.
Multiple, and teams is the most important piece there.
You got 90 seconds, folks. I still don't see a pick is in.
No, they look like they're picking.
It's got to be Mauanoa if they're sticking.
I would be very surprised if it was not. I would be especially surprised to see Reese go to Arizona of all places.
Because if you're looking at offensive line pressure percentage allowed, they were 24th in the NFL, and that's with Paris Johnson. Their right tackle situation was bottom 5 in the league. Yeah. They need right tackle. So if they feel like they weren't getting the offer that they wanted, or if they felt like whatever tackle they wanted was going to get sniped, maybe they just want to play it safe and stick and pick. Pick is in.
Yeah, no, this is surprising to me. I was expecting, as I said, a trade here, not because it was one team looking to move up. It was multiple teams looking to move up. And I think maybe they probably just said, hey, we like this player a lot. We think it might be Maui Noah, right? We like this player a lot. You're going to have to move us off this pick with an offer. And this year, especially where the talent pool is so even through the middle of the draft, I don't think teams are willing to overspend to move up. They're willing to spend to move up for sure. We're going to see it, I think, multiple times throughout the first round. But I don't think anybody was willing to probably throw in an extra sweetener to say, we want this badly enough to do it. And I think Arizona probably weighed that and said, yeah, our right tackle situation was an absolute landmine waiting to go off last year. Let's fix that with one of the most stable right tackles in the draft. And this draft is full of right tackles. There's not as many lefts. If it's Maui Noah, one of the very best right at the top of the draft. Huge frame, 320, big power. We will find out if it's in. Oh, there we go.
What?
Yep. Okay,
Why?
I have to offer personal apologies to MJD because I saw him on the preview show out in LA, and they said, "What do you think the best fit for Jeremiah Love is?" Because, of course, as a former running back, they're asking him about the running back, and he said, "I think it's the Arizona Cardinals at 3." And I was like, "What? No, it's not." And MJD is laughing at me right now.
Their depth chart is Tyler Algier, James Conner, Trey Benson. I don't care about Bam Knight or Corey Kiner, but like,
who are both good players.
they're okay. They're okay at running back.
They're fine.
Who's going to block?
They have somebody else in mind. Now, here's the issue. So Jeremiah Love, starting off, one of, if not the most talented player in this draft at any position. He is certainly one of the top 3 talents in this draft at any position in terms of pure skill. He is a tremendous runner. They're going to show you all his highlights. He is also one of the very best receivers in this draft. He is lightning in a bottle from an offensive standpoint. They have a lot of weapons. They already have a lot of weapons. They need a quarterback and they need a right tackle, and that would solidify the offense. I'm a little stunned here, and I'm thinking, Brett, that remember when you were arguing way back at the beginning of draft season, pure BPA? We were talking about pure BPA. I think it was the first Blue Chip episode.
Yeah, but
I mean,
like,
I'm not trying to like say that this is the pick I would have made, but this is the closest thing we've seen to pure BPA, like beyond the point of reason. Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense unless there's something else we don't know.
We've also had so many discussions about how offensive line sets the floor and running back sets the ceiling, and how, like, yes, BPA matters, but if your offensive line situation is so bad, like, there's nuance to this.
Oh,
offensive
I know
line
what it is. Look who's the happiest in the draft room right now.
Bidwell.
Yep. And that's what I heard all along. Is if it's Love, it's
we know
Bidwell's
who
pick.
made this decision.
Yeah.
I'm going to sell so many jerseys. Okay. As you're scraping the corpse of Jacoby Brissett off the ground.
Yeah. And this is where the stack part of this comes in. There is no running back that's anywhere close to Jeremiah Love after Jeremiah Love. It's not like, oh, if you don't get Jeremiah Love, like last year, there were 2 running backs that were awesome. Nope, not the thing. He is by far the best running back. And if the tackle run we expect goes off in the first round, they're going to be hard-pressed to find anybody. Well, they're not going to find anybody close to Maui Noah if they stick and pick. Now, here's where I'm interested. Do they say, as you've done in several mock drafts this year, I'm going to back this up? In fact, you did it on your mock draft for the team that picked Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, I went Ioane.
Right. Do they do the same thing?
They'd have to trade back in.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is do they now go, yeah, we know for the next 25 minutes you're all going to call us crazy for taking Jeremiah Love. What if we trade back into the middle of the round and pick up insert very talented right tackle here?
Here's the thing, though. They can't, because they'd have to give up a 2027 first, and they don't have a quarterback.
Can't is very strong considering the Arizona Cardinals just picked Jeremiah Love.
Shouldn't.
Totally.
Unless your answer is Jennings Dunker and you believe in Jennings Dunker as your starting right tackle.
As a tackle, I don't. So
I don't.
Yeah.
Or Tiernan.
There's been some talk that Miller's going to slide with some injury concerns.
I would accept that. I would be okay if they pull that off. Big if.
Huge. Massive if. But we should talk a little bit about Jeremiah Love, because this is his moment and he is a fantastic player. He did not choose to be an Arizona Cardinal. They chose that for him.
He did not choose to be an Arizona Cardinal.
He didn't. None of these guys are choosing.
It's not his fault.
It's not his fault. Don't blame him. Oh, pick is in for the Titans already. That didn't take long. I think Robert Sala looks way too happy for this not to be Reese. I
I
think they
mean, if you're
never
gonna give him the
never
gift,
thought. Yeah, I think they never thought that Arvil Reese would be on the board for them. They
he's a
thought
bridge
either it's the
running
Jets.
back.
Yeah. Either it's the Jets at 2 or it's whoever trades up at 3. We're never going to see that guy. And there he is. And for for all the reply guys out there, Orville Reed's never going to be on the board at 4. Yeah, really?
I mean, he shouldn't be, in fairness.
Shouldn't be and is two different
All right.
things in the NFL draft.
Here's Raj.
Super chat for $2. Bidwell is an absolute menace, and I hate him.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate.
What are we doing? Oh my God!
Oh, man.
What are we doing?
All right. We're having fun now. Okay, all draft season, what have we argued for is the most important thing in Tennessee, no matter what we want?
No.
Yes, what we have argued is support Cam Ward. Picking Carnell Tate is strong support for Cam Ward. Oh, man, we're having fun now.
Okay. Let's talk about Carnell the player.
Carnell the player I like a lot, maybe even more than you. I think more than you. Where'd you have him on your overall rankings?
Like, as far as what I thought of him as a player, I think he's a wide receiver 2 in the NFL.
No. I mean,
this
in terms of this wide receiver class, did you have him in your top tier?
No.
No.
But again,
Okay.
there's not a number 1 in this class for me. It's like a really, really high end number 2, which is Lemon, Tyson, Cooper, or Lemon, Tyson, and then there's like solid number 2, which is Cooper and Tate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a number
higher
1 in
on
this class.
Carnell Tate. Yeah, no, it's not about whether or not he's number 1. It's about within this class. If you're choosing wide receivers, is he in your top tier of wide receivers within this class? Not the theoretical, like, is he an alpha? Is he a number 1? Is he going to be making $45 million? Like, in this class, I think Carnell Tate is inarguably in the top tier of wide receivers, right? Is he a true number 1? No, not yet, but he's inarguably in this class in the top tier. 6'2", 192, 17 yards per reception, 17.2, 8 out of 14.6. So this is a down the field boundary wide receiver. My 2 favorite stats about him: contested catch rate, obscene.
No, he's got great hands.
85.7. Drop rate, 0. Goose egg. Didn't drop a single ball this year. So, and he run blocks because Brian Hartline teaches those guys how to do it.
That's why they took him. He doesn't drop passes. And these Titans receivers had a case of the dick fingers all year long, and they were sick of it.
Well, I think they took him for more than that. He's got a good frame. He run blocks. He's one of the top 5 run blocking wide receivers in this draft. He is a down the field boundary wide receiver that Cam is going to be able to whip it up to after he's running around for his life, and Carnell's going to pay that off. He is, again, everybody says, oh, 80-20 balls. No, 50-50 balls are rare. Like 50% contested catch rate is good. Like 45 is fine. 85 is unheard of. It is, you want to know who's second in this class? This is one of my favorite stats of the entire wide receiver class. You know who has the second best contested catch rate in this entire class? You'll never get it.
Second best contested catch rate?
Second best after Carnell Tate, who is number 1.
I know Makai's up there. I don't know if he's number 2.
He is not. He is 10 points below number 2.
Hurst? No.
Nope.
Bryce?
Hurst is 59. Who'd you say?
Bryce? Lance?
No. He is good. 66.
Who is it?
Kevin Coleman Jr., the slot
Oh,
from
really?
Missouri. 81.8%, which is totally wrong for somebody that's 5'10", 179. But again, not the size of the dog in the fight, size of the fight in the dog.
Giants pick is in.
I see that.
Have yet to have a trade. Again,
Yeah.
I want to emphasize, I don't think
If
Cardinal
you're the
Tate's a bad
Giants, you
player.
don't trade this because you have picks you didn't think you were going to have.
You have whatever, right?
Yeah.
I do not think Cardinal Tate's a bad player. I think he's a very solid player. I think he's a very solid, reliable number 2 in the NFL. I think he's going to play forever. I did not think he was the 4th overall pick in this draft.
No, I don't think he was either.
And
I think
I just
this is the opposite of the Arizona pick, which is we're not picking best player available because Carnell Tate does not fit that as the number 4 overall pick. Not even close. We are picking at need. We are saying we need a wide receiver no matter what. We're just going to pick our favorite one out of this bunch. And for them, that was Carnell Tate because they obviously had the entire choice of the class. They could have picked anybody they wanted.
it reeks of Corey Davis. Again, same team.
Oh,
I think same draft
pick. I don't think so, though. I like Tate as a player significantly more than I like Corey Davis. And yes, I can go back to my notes and prove that. I have receipts.
But you were right about Corey Davis. That's the thing.
And I might be right about Tate. You might not like it, but I might be right about Tate. I think I am. So we'll see.
I would love to be wrong about that. I desperately want Cam to get some help because he's just out there getting crushed.
Well, I mean, he's going to throw up some. Cam is incredibly talented, mobile, huge arm, absolute cannon of an arm. One of the things that headlined his scouting report last year. And he is going to he is going to throw up some Carnell's down there somewhere passes. And Tate's going to pay off again, maybe not 85% in the NFL. If he pays off 7 out of 10, that is so much improvement from where the Titans receiver core was last year that they're not going to know what to do with their hands. They're just going to be like, what? He caught it? We have to move up? Oh, okay. Cool.
Casey traded up before this pick is even in.
To 5 or to 6?
To 6. Giants are picking at 5. They went to 6.
Okay, they know who it is then.
Well, they're probably were like, well, they're not taking. So this has got to be for an edge because they know the Giants aren't taking an edge. The question is which edge.
They shouldn't. We said the Cardinals shouldn't take a running back. So the question is which edge? Is it Bain or Reese? And again,
it's got to be Bain.
For me, it would be Bain. For the Chiefs, it would be Bain. 100%.
Yeah. He's so Chiefsy.
Yeah.
Like he's like the Chiefs edge.
Right. Except pumped up with everything working. Like everything they wanted to work with all the other ones actually works on Bain.
Surviving family of United States Army Major Paul C. Volke. Major Volke sustained tragic, fatal injuries while deployed in Afghanistan. He is survived by his spouse, Tracy, and their 2 sons, Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
That's cool.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arvell Reese, linebacker from the...
Okay.
They didn't take an edge.
Fuck
They
off.
took a linebacker.
That's a. Hey, if we can't score, neither can you. Fuck you.
Uh-huh. What a beast.
That's hilarious. What's he
Yeah.
gonna play?
Well, that is probably the most interesting question. We're going to have a lot of fun with that in summer series, because it is very much like the Travis Hunter pick, not necessarily being two-way, but like where's he gonna make the biggest contribution? And with Reese, that you need flexibility, right? That we've said it with other defenders. We said it about Jayshon Barham, but with Reese, I think it's just amped up even further. He can play very well all over the place. He can rush as an edge. He has the power and the length to do it. He was a menace as an off-ball linebacker, right? He can cover. He had, I think, 145 coverage snaps. Sorry, my bad. 251 coverage snaps this year. Like, he literally can do it all at his size. It's the question of, what are you going to do to maximize that value? Because we are talking about the 5th overall pick in the draft. He better do most of it next season as a rookie.
I think he has to play over Micah McFadden, because I'm not gonna put him at edge when I have 3 other edge rushers that I can play. I want to get him on the field. I want to get him contributing because he's incredibly talented.
Yeah.
He's going to be my will linebacker next to Tremaine. He has to be.
Fascinating to see if they move one of the edges now to give him some more reps.
They could trade Kayvon.
Right, which we know they've at least engaged in conversation about. I'm not saying they're trying to do it. There has been conversation. Other teams have reached out about Thibodeau. So we know that that's at least out there in the atmosphere. It's in play.
Boy, this draft is
Fun. Fun is the word you're looking for.
incredibly drunk.
Yeah, putting the fun in dysfunctional. Good time. So Arvell Reese is a player, 6'4", 241. They're showing you all the crazy highlights on tape. A lot of it is just raw power. He is just stronger than you. He is faster than you. He's got great length. Everybody was worried about his bend. He came out and said, look, I never really practiced pass rush moves. They're going to have him practice pass rush moves now, folks. Like, he's already been training with P.T. Jordan. Like, you're going to see a player that has immense physical upside on the NFL level. I'm not talking about as a college player. Like, at the NFL level, among the biggest and fastest, football players in the world, Arvell Reese is going to stand just fine amongst those folks physically. But you're going to see him develop. He's a smart player. He anticipates well. It's all about how they deploy and use him. And again, I think they just looked at the value and went, hey, here's a player we thought was going to be off the board at 2, and he's here for us at 5. We had other plans at 5 because we didn't think he was going to be here, but we're going to do this now. And because of their trade of Dexter Lawrence, they got to pick 5 picks from now. So even if you don't love this one, they can come back at 10 and do whatever you thought they should have done at 5, maybe.
The fact that they didn't go Tyson here means that they had a really high grade on Reese, and this is just a pure target of opportunity.
It feels like it to me. All right, so Kansas City moves up. Do we dare predict? We've been wrong for the last 3, so I would say Bain, right?
I think Bain.
Bain pick for me. Yeah. Because
unless they have like a monster
about,
grade on Caleb Downs.
Oh. What if it's Tyson?
Maybe.
What if it's Tyson?
Oh, because if they're jumping the Saints to get Tyson?
What if it's Tyson? Again, Reuben Bain, like, somebody asked in the sort of pre-party chat about whether or not, or what his floor was with the off-the-field stuff. The off-the-field stuff was known by teams for a very long time. We
didn't know about it till 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they knew that they were comfortable with how that was being resolved. The story came out after all the NFL teams knew about it. No NFL team learned about it at that point. They all knew about it and had checked through on the resolution, and we're comfortable with that. I'm not saying we know anything about that. I'm saying that was the NFL team perspective. So from that perspective, nothing changed for him. They were comfortable with how that was working out.
NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane.
Whoa!
Oh, let's go!
I accidentally got something right in my mock draft. In the most ass backwards way possible.
Sure. Better lucky than good. Best corner in the draft goes to Kansas City. My CB1, absolute shutdown artist at LSU this year. Great player. Spags is going to have so much fun with him. And, they get rid of McDuffie and they get Delane. Like, let's go. Very
So
different
they weren't
player,
jumping New
but-
Orleans. They were jumping Washington, who was going to take Delane.
Yeah, for sure.
So what really stiff, bad edge are they going to take on day 2?
Oh, don't tempt them because they will. So Mansour Delane is a player, 6 foot 190, does tackle, which I really appreciate. 357 coverage snaps, only got targeted 35 times. Snaps per reception, best in this cornerback class. Now, snaps per reception is how many snaps does he have to be in coverage before anybody gets a catch on him? 24.3. NFL
good.
passer rating against when he was targeted, 31.3. You'd be better off throwing the ball into the ground. How does that work out? He had 2 picks and 7 PBUs. That's how. He limits your outcomes on the corner and can very well play on an island in the NFL right now. No health concerns that I know about. Just so much anticipation. I wrote in my scouting report, looks like he's playing with his food half the time. He knows that he's quicker than the person he's going up against. He knows he can break on the ball faster than you can. Really, really talented player. Spags is going to have a lot of fun with him in the defense because he's going to be able to leave half the field to him and say, I'm going to use all the other guys to really change the picture for you post-snap and come after you.
So it was they gave up pick 9, 74, and 148.
Okay.
So I'm putting that into the mock
Yeah.
simulator here real quick.
That is, it looks like Power and Light. I think they got the draft party at Power and Light in KC. That's pretty cool. Mansour Delane. So we've still got Ruben Bain on the board. Still got Jordan Tyson on the board. That is fantastic. Look at the color of the suit, man. Come on. Can you pick that any better? You're going to end up a Chief. That's
I love
crazy.
the player. I think
Fantastic player.
it gives more context to the Trent McDuffie trade, where they're like, rather than pay Trent, we're in range of this guy. We think he can be our new number 1 corner. We're not going to have to pay him $1 gazillion. It's only going to cost us, a day 2 and a day 3 pick.
Yeah.
Financially,
the trade terms look pretty solid. Again, I don't have my calculator out, but
and when it comes to edge and receiver, again, they still got 29 in their back pocket.
yeah,
could even
and they
trade
could trade
out
out
of
of that. I was going to say they could trade out of that, which was a very common theme among Chiefs media is, hey, we can pick whoever we want up top. We could trade back with top. We could stick and pick. We could trade up and then recoup our picks by trading back with our second pick. Gives them so much flexibility. Alex Conleche for $2.99. I, for one, am enjoying Brett losing his mind. Alex, you and I are right there. We are together.
This is why I
in
don't
that.
take mocks seriously, is because nobody, even the people that like try so hard to do like sourcing and get it accurate, nobody's correct after pick 2. Nobody.
Yeah. Henry Perazzo for $5. Y'all, I'm so confused. I thought Reese was deliberately moving to edge. Is he staying at LB now? What even is Denard Wilson's defense? Well, the good news is you're not alone. Lots of people are going to be asking those questions for the next 3 to 4 months. Commanders have made their selection at 7.
Impact on and off the field. I'm joined on stage by former winners.
Oh, we got Man of the Year. Let's go.
And Jerome Bettis. And the league welcomed its newest member to the prestigious club 2 months ago, Super Bowl champion and 6-time All-Pro Bobby Wagner. Way to go, Bobby. On behalf of the Payton family and nationwide, I encourage players drafted this week to make their community and the league a better place. With the
Hey,
7th
Brett.
pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles. Ohio State.
Again, a player they did not think was going to be there. Says this is a while back. I don't know if you've messed with volume levels since then, but volume levels are different. EJ is quiet and Brett is too loud. I think that's loud.
Yeah, I had fixed it after
Okay, cool.
that.
Sweet. You're way
So-
ahead of me there. Sonny Styles not expected, but I don't think Washington is sad about it at all. Certainly one of the most athletic players in this draft, and also a very talented one. A lot of times when we say, oh, he's a great athlete, what we mean is he's still learning to be a football player. Sonny Styles is already a really good football player, and he is an unreal athlete on top of it.
I look back at, what are the cornerstones that Dan Quinn has always liked to build around? He's always liked to have at least one stud inside linebacker, right? He had Bobby in Seattle. He had Dion in Atlanta. He spent a couple resources in Dallas trying to get one, and then they kept getting injured. But he really, really believes that his defense gets unlocked when he has a true stud in the middle of his defense that can actually cover, for one, that can operate sideline to sideline as a run defender, that can take on guards, a true do-it-all, elite middle linebacker, which there's very few of those in the league. He believes that his defense doesn't really work that well without having somebody, not that can change the math, but that structurally they can call things that other teams can't because they have Sonny Styles and you don't. It's a luxury that's been afforded to some teams like San Francisco when Fred's been on the field. I would even say back in the day, the Bears got away with a lot because they had Urlacher and you didn't. I look at the early 2010 or the early 2000s Bucs teams. I look at even the Steelers with Shazier. When you have that kind of presence at inside linebacker where you could just get away with matchups that normally don't look great on paper, but you have a linebacker that makes it okay, it really is what makes a defense go.
Yeah, you can clean up a lot of ills with a linebacker that can cover. I'm not even going to say as much range as Sonny Styles because Sonny Styles can cover more. You're building in a level of redundancy with the amount of range he can cover, not only with his speed but with his length. The guy's 6'5",
and a former
long
safety.
arms. Yeah, and can jump out of the gym, so he's gonna make those throws where you have to layer it over a linebacker. Try and layer it over Sonny Styles, who's 6'5" and can jump 40 inches straight up with long arms. You're not, that window gets real small real quick. And again, the speed, he gets it, he sees it quickly, he's physical, he's fixed his tackling. Again, high missed tackle rate year before last, this year 2.2%. He is a player who is learning and is nowhere near his ceiling, which is crazy to think about because he's already a very, very good football player.
Also, remember, 2 years ago in college football, that's when they introduced the green dot to college football. We've had that in the NFL for a very, very, very long time. They just got it in college 2 years ago. So this is the first group of linebackers that have ever entered the NFL from college that have multiple years of experience with a green dot, calling a defense. And Sonny's had to do it specifically for the Matt Patricia defense, which is very, very complicated. So he has experience being a signal caller. He has experience doing that part of the job, which has always been kind of a sticking point with guys transitioning from college to the NFL because they're not used to having a direct traffic. Everybody just looks to the sideline. They look for whatever the call on the card is. Now actual college linebackers have to direct traffic. So the fact that Sonny Styles has already done that before, that is a major thing in his favor. And also the fact that Wow, our lad's already updated. They have him next to Leo Chanel. You know, the fact that in the room he gets to learn from Frankie Louvu, he gets to learn from Leo Chanel, who have been around. I do think that he's going to start right away because he's just more talented than those guys. But like, there are veteran inside linebackers, very experienced inside linebackers that he can learn from as a rookie. I think it's a good destination for him. I think he could be a star there. Maybe not immediately, but I think by like end of his rookie year, we're going to see what they drafted, which is a really, really damn good inside linebacker.
Yeah, I hope that they continue to build the rest of that team around him. The last thing I would want to see for Sonny Styles is for him to get sort of marooned on an NFL island that never really develops around him, because he's such a good player. And yes, he's gonna make a ton of highlight reel plays by himself. But if you put him, this is the classic question that we just answered on Blue Chip. Like, you get him with a bunch of other 6 out of 10s and maybe one other 9, or a 9, a 7, and the rest of them 6 out of 10s, that defense is going to cook. So It'll be a lot of fun to watch.
And they've invested a lot, right? They brought in Adafe Owe, they brought in Tim Settle, they brought in Menahu. Again,
well, they
Leo
invested
Chanel,
a lot in Owe for sure. Man,
$100 million.
has anybody ever made more money in like the last 4 weeks of the season? One good playoff game got him an extra probably $5 million. But the Saints pick's already in, which is really interesting to me because, again, we heard they wanted to chase an edge rusher, so this could be Bain because, again, they didn't think he was going to be there. The other thing we heard pretty consistently was they were big fans of Jordan Tyson, and both players are still there. So it's do we help Tyler Shuck or do we go get a pass rush?
It's an interesting conundrum. It's one that I don't think they expected, like, at all.
Again, good problem to have.
Yeah.
More choices that you didn't expect. So, unless, of course, they were big Monster Delane fans and they're pounding the table upset that didn't happen. So, you never really can tell.
Well, I'm just trying
those
to think,
stories
what's like
come
the
out
most random other pick we could get here?
Oh, we had one super chat I was going to go back and grab.
Could they be a Caleb Downs team? Him,
sure.
Reed, and Sonker together?
I think we're getting to the point where any team, certainly from now on, could be a Caleb Downs team, and nobody's going to bat an eye. We're getting out of the top 10. We're talking about a top 10 talent, I think, in this draft. So the value's lining up really nicely now, and we're just going to see where he lands. But C. Dingen, 7 for $9.99. What do you guys think of the rumor that Howie used ancient black magic on the rest of the league to draft Bain at 23? I don't know. I'll tell you at 23, if he's still there, it's true.
If Bain gets to like 15, that's when I'm starting to get worried.
Yeah. Man.
Is Bain's off-field stuff killing his stock? Must mean that teams feel it's pretty serious. I don't think so. I think it's the short arms that teams care about. Here's Raj.
I actually don't think it's either. I think we haven't gotten to somebody that needs a dedicated D end yet. It could have been the Chiefs, but they chose corner, so it's not like they chose a different edge or end.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jordan Tyson.
There it is.
Yep.
They're helping Tyler Shuck.
They have decided that they are going to help Tyler Shuck. And help him they will. Him and Olave are going to be a handful for that New Orleans passing attack.
Every time they throw the ball and one of those two guys catches a pass, I will be looking through my fingers. That is the most, I don't want to say injury prone. I'll just say I'm worried about it.
Yeah, I'll just say I'm worried about it. I hope they both stay healthy because, will they? Who knows? Saints football will be a whole lot more fun. We've got a Saints fan friend in common in Odney down in Texas, and Odney will have much better Sundays if they're both healthy for sure. Because Jordan Tyson can go up and get it. People are talking about the injury, and certainly it was a topic of conversation throughout the draft process. But Connor made a really good point. Like he's had 2,000 receiving yards over the last 2 seasons combined. He was on the field for some time because he had to get out there and make all those catches. Incredibly athletic. You would think that would lead to a lot of yak opportunities. It doesn't. It leads to a lot of motion that you think might help him dodge tacklers. But when you look down at the end of the play, he's only like a yard farther than he would have been. So lots of whirling, and other guys just kind of pull through a single tackle. Yeah, emotional moment for him. He's been through
this is what's really cool to see.
Yeah.
Is like
for sure.
Just the journey, especially everything he's been through. Like had his knee absolutely destroyed. A lot of people thought he would never be the same. Then you run into the collarbone issue, and then you run into the hamstring issue, and then the hamstring issue again. And this is really a cool moment for him after everything that he had to fight through to get here.
Top 10 selection.
As an outside observer, my concern is about his durability because he hasn't been durable. But as a human, I'm really happy for him. Yeah,
absolutely. And he's going to get paid really well as a top 10 pick. Again, these picks are slotted. It's not dependent on your position. As pick 8 in the NFL draft, he's going to make a very good guarantee. And he gets to go be part of a fun young passing attack with an offensive-minded head coach who was a quarterback himself. The Saints picked up Tyler Shuckett last year. They hoped he would work out. He worked out, I think, better than maybe even they expected. Olave is a ton of fun when he's on the field. Big asterisk for when he's on the field. But when they're both there, that is going to be a passing attack that's going to be difficult to plan for because Tyson is a wide receiver who can break coverages, even ones designed for him. He did it, year after year in college. So fascinating. Hope he stays healthy for sure because he is, when healthy, possibly the most talented physically wide receiver in this class.
I don't even think possibly. I think he is when he's healthy.
Yeah.
And the Titans taking Tate over him to me means that they had the same concerns I did about medicals.
Yeah. Or any
fair.
other number of things. We should say that this process is incredibly long. It started for most of these guys 3 or 4 years ago when they got to campus. NFL teams have been keeping tabs on them ever since. They show up at the spring game. They show up at the junior combine that universities run. They take their times. They measure them. They talk to scouting staffs. Football is incredibly relational. Coaches move around. People knew their high school coach. People knew their coordinator at their last school, whatever. They have so much information on these guys by the time they get ready to step up and commit to the draft that there are any number of things that these teams can find. It's not just maybe the most publicized injury. Maybe they pissed off everybody at their last stop. Maybe they didn't get along with coaches. Maybe they were the, best person in the room, but they got injured and everybody loved them. They know all that stuff.
Maybe they sued their teammate because their teammate was dog sitting and he shaved him.
Oh, maybe.
Is that too specific of a story? I don't think. I'm going to stop.
Might be.
Well, I'll let that one go for another day.
Yeah. All right, Browns.
Here's Raj.
Yeah. This is a fascinating point in the draft. Everybody's been pretty sure they knew what was coming with the Browns' first pick for a while. We'll see if it holds up because the rest of this draft hasn't gone chalk, that's for sure. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Chalk. Back on track.
They ate their vegetables, man.
They did.
I'll take it.
They did. And they're really good vegetables. I hope he doesn't break his relative. Holy cow. That is a very powerful guy who is super duper excited right now. Spencer Fonau, the best mover in this offensive tackle class, and that's even over guys like Max Johannichor. Incredible feat. His ability to mirror his ability to break in the run game, get to the second level before anybody's ready for him, sometimes even the third level, pick up a safety. Just an incredible mover as an offensive lineman. And a lot of people were like, oh, yeah, but because he moves that well. Like, I heard everything about his pass protection. I was like, did you watch the games? He didn't let anybody through.
No.
Right? And he's very good in the run game. Does he need to continue to develop strength in the run game? Yeah, but this is going to sound weird, but he's an offensive lineman that converts speed to power, because he can absolutely be running 15 miles an hour when he hits you. And at 300 plus pounds, you're not holding up. Like, he will move you that way.
I love him. Absolutely special mover. You know, we hear the arm length thing. You know, he measured in 3/4 of an inch longer at his pro day, which, you know, people was like, it's just hometown cooking. Utah doesn't do the measurements at the pro day. NFL teams do. NFL scouts do. So to me, that is further evidence that whoever was running the measuring tape at the combine just can't find an AC joint, because it wasn't just Fano. Oh, did I miss this? Giants took CeCe Malgoa? Or Malgoa?
They just did.
That's a good pick.
Maui, yeah, this is the way to come back. So I just texted with my Giants guy, and he was one way or another about the first pick. And I said, don't worry, you got 10. And so now I bet he's pretty darn happy, because that is a hell of a double. Come away with
Reese
Arvell
and Francis Mauanoa.
Yeah, again, two players we're not putting in our 2-player parlays for the Giants. I don't think they thought one, maybe both of those guys was going to be there. It was totally possible that when the Giants picked at 5, if, again, the Cardinals had picked Maui Noah and the Titans had picked Reese, or, you know, who knows, the Jets had picked Reese, it doesn't matter. Like, both of those guys could have been off the board at 5. Here we are at 10. They get the second one. That's a great combo pack for the Giants. Yes, it depends on how they use Reese, but Maui Noah, like, starter at right tackle. Let's go.
As far as I'm concerned, the Dex trade was worth it. For both sides. Bengals got what they needed. Giants get it. And not that, like, Illuminor is like the worst right tackle situation in the NFL. I mean, fuck. Like, you could keep Jermaine out there and put Mauanoa at guard. Figure it out. This is great for both sides. Both sides got exactly what they needed out of this.
Yeah, so, fun fact, he's wearing a Miley lei. That's the green. Yeah, I found out that I was allergic to Miley at my wedding.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. That was great.
Tell me you're Irish without telling me you're Irish.
Yeah, no. This
a native plant to you.
I was 20, because I was wearing it for pictures. I put it on at the end of the ceremony, which is traditional, and then we were taking pictures, and you know how pictures go at weddings. It's 20 minutes, it's 40 minutes, whatever. And I was like, hey, Mom, can you look at this? She was like, oh my God. I was like,
why can't I breathe anymore?
That's kind of, I'm not that kind of allergic, but it was, it was very irritating. Anyways, very cool to see. Again, like you said, one of the coolest parts of this process of the draft is to see the families, to see the journey. They have invested so much time and energy and effort, money and everything else into these guys. And this is the mountaintop. They made it, and really cool for them to get their moment.
God, this could not have gone better for the Giants tonight. I
it
think
definitely didn't go the way they expected, but that's okay. Yeah.
Started this stream when I said I wanted to be the Giants GM. I don't think I could have even ever hoped for this.
No, most likely not. Most likely not.
Now Dart just needs to stop getting himself hurt, and they'll be fine.
Well, if they can convince Jackson Dart that, and again, the Giants aren't done. It's not their only 2 picks in the draft. Obviously, 2 of the most important picks for sure. Ooh, trade. Cowboys come up, take the Dolphins pick.
They give up 2/5 to go up 1 spot. So to me, that means that somebody else called Miami, and Miami called Dallas and said,
Hey,
Give me all your money or I'm giving away your player.
Give me all your money. Oh,
Are they getting downs here? And they wanted to make sure that they got downs?
They're thrilled. There's happy, there's up and clapping because we need to be clapping because we know the cameras are here, and then there's guys like basically assaulting each other for high fives. That was the latter. They're pretty pumped. I know they wanted Styles, but I know they were big Caleb Downs fans as well. So I can't. Well, let me take a quick look.
And then what that does allow is Miami can just take Bane at 12.
I know.
Just keep him in Miami.
That's crazy. If I told you you're getting Bane at 12, like you wouldn't. If
you're getting Bane and 2 5th-round picks at 12.
Yeah, I mean, just for the the joy of tossing the Cowboys one extra pick. I mean, of all the players that are left,
low moving cost, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. NFLSE fans in the chat, as well they should be. Although you could be watching Trev over on Bleacher Report, and maybe you're two screening it. Maybe you're doing both. We appreciate it. Again, to the 5,500 people we have watching the draft with us, just us and a few of our friends. If you're not subscribed to Bootleg and you're watching the channel and you're enjoying it, go over, click subscribe. See if we can get towards 100 grand before the end of the draft. We got 18 hours worth of live streaming, literally thousands of you here. I imagine some of you aren't subscribed. Just go click the link. Worst thing's going to happen. You're going to get some great football content pitched your way. You might be too busy to watch it. That's okay. We won't hold it against you. Go click subscribe.
Let me put it this way. The faster we get to 100K, the faster we get enough brand deals necessary to get a producer so we can make more stuff.
Bingo.
There's your motivation.
It's a very clear line between like, oh, you want us to come to Europe and hang out and, go to games with you? We would love to. Requires some things. One of those things is money. Money depends on whether or not we hit 100K. If we hit 100K, we might end up in, I don't know, Australia, Spain.
I was going to say,
London.
If anybody knows anybody at Qantas, let me know. Try to get there for the Australia game.
We would love a Qantas brand deal right now. That would be a major step. We already have a tremendously generous offer for once we get there in terms of lodging and a whole bunch of other stuff. But we have to get there. That's obviously a major expense. Anybody knows anybody at Qantas? Now's the time.
Even if they
send
just
two
let
of your
me,
favorite NFL analysts.
Duct tape myself to landing gear, and I'll just
hide
in there.
We'll ride cargo. I was going to say coach, but cargo would do as long as we get there. Just make sure that we don't, give us some oxygen tanks so we don't die before we get there. But no, however we could get over to Australia for the game would be fantastic. So in short, click subscribe. Maybe that'll do it.
I'm so old, man. I remember when Brett was a MyBookie shell. That was the first brand deal I ever did. Wow. I was, which, I was what, 20, mid-20s at that point. Sleeping on an air mattress and making literally $0. I remember I got home that day and I told my then girlfriend, future wife, I got a brand deal, and she about lost her mind. Here's Raj.
Somebody's going to pay you to talk about football?
There's Caleb Downs.
It is. Yeah.
But no, that MyBookie deal.
So thrilled. Yeah.
That MyBookie deal, that was what allowed me to get my first apartment with my future wife and allowed me to make a whole bunch of content, which then 2 years later led to everything else, led to me meeting EJ. So MyBookie, I don't work with you anymore, but that came in clutch. Anyway, Caleb Downs.
Sure. Yeah, no, funny twists and turns in terms of opening and closing door moments. We see him in the draft all the time, and we've certainly had him in our past as well. But you're talking about Caleb Downs. You're talking about a very balanced safety. 241 reps in the box, 240 as free safety. It pretty much doesn't get more balanced than that. Cue the Thanos pocket knife gif here. 5'11", 206, 35 stops, second in this class, 365 coverage snaps. So people that say he's just a box safety, yeah, nah, not the case. If you watch the tape, only targeted 38 times, only allowed, this is a crazy thing, playing at any depth, 6.7 yards per reception. For a secondary player, that's extremely low, folks. We see very commonly 8, 9, 11, 12 at the upper limit. He's half of that. Allowed no touchdowns. NFL passer rating against when targeted, 53.4. Very good player. Literally led the country in tackles as a freshman at Alabama. So he's been doing it for a while. This is not a one-hit wonder.
Oh, whoops. I forgot to do the trade. Fuck. Hold on. Let me undo that. Undo. That's
Undo?
another great thing about Mockingbird. I can undo a misclick on a mock draft simulator, which is so clutch.
If only NFL teams could do that. No. Undo.
I took the wrong B. Robinson.
Oh, God, no. Pick the right player, folks. Yeah, Dallas has been rumored to be very excited about Caleb Downs. And Caleb Downs is one of those players that I think suffered from like draft fatigue. And about 2 weeks ago, DJ put out a tweet that said, draft process is really long. Don't get bored with good players. I think it was very much a Caleb Downs focused tweet. Like, don't forget, this guy is good, has been good forever, is still very good. Yes, there was an issue with his knee. Yes, it's real. No, teams are not concerned about it. It's only a long-term concern. I think it was a meniscus issue in his knee. It is real. Yes, that's a thing. No team is worried about it in the short term. It's not going to affect his playing time. That's the way everybody sees it. Other than that, get out of here. Like, fantastic lights out football player. I said it was basically like watching the computer when you put it on all Madden and it makes all the right choices all the time. And it's just super duper frustrating to try and play against on offense. Yeah, that's Caleb Downs as a safety.
There we go. Finally got it to work. All right. On the clock. Miami at 12.
Yeah, with 2 fifth-round picks.
This has got to be Ruben Bain. Why
if
wouldn't
it's
it be?
Not, I mean, hometown, I mean, in terms of everybody's familiar with him there. Like, he just sent their, main college program on a storied run. Yeah.
And he's just a damn good football player.
Again, who they really probably didn't think was going to be on the board here.
Holy J. Glazerbaum? Hold on.
Glazer's been talking about this.
What do you say?
Okay, Miami pick is in. Well, if they're being facetious because it was a trade up for 1 pick. I don't know. Maybe is there something else we missed, chat?
Jay says, unless he's like on a broadcast, Rams are. Oh, that's a spoiler. I didn't want to know that.
Okay.
Wait, that pick isn't in yet. So he's just straight up tipping picks.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, I'm going to avoid that.
Pick 12. Miami Dolphins. Diego Pavia, quarterback, Vanderbilt. Oh, that would send everybody into a tizzy.
What? Ugh! What?
But why? It's the Nancy Kerrigan reaction for those of you that are old enough to remember that one.
Why?
Oh, man. All right. Why the face, Brett? You get to explain yourself. Because
they have to
the draft.
Fuck you. They have to explain themselves.
I'm saying for everybody that's along for the ride, all 7,000 of them, let them know why you don't like Caden Proctor to Miami.
So he played he's not ready to play right now. That's the thing. And they kind of need him to play right now, in my opinion.
Kinda.
I think he could play guard right now. I don't think he can play tackle right now.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at their guard situation, like they brought in Sawyer. Hold on. So they brought in Sawyer. They got Jonas Savainea at left guard. They got Aaron Brew at center, obviously. So it's like I thought that they were looking for a starting tackle. I don't think Caden Proctor's a starting tackle right now. Like, he needs time.
Yeah, not if you want to keep Malik upright. So Caden Proctor is a massive human being. We're talking about 6'6 plus, almost 6'7", 352, has played as high as, well, has reported as high as 390 before, but has played well over 360. Teams were certainly concerned that he keep his weight down, but there are very few people on the planet of his size. And teams are enamored with size, including the new GM of the Dolphins, who has one of your favorite quotes about big and strong. Well, big and strong, there it is. One of the biggest in this NFL draft, certainly the biggest offensive tackle. But if you watch the tape, there are holes in his game, both in run game, especially. Does not always hit his targets when he gets out in front of it. Because he can really move for a big guy. He is not immobile. He is massive, but he can move for a guy of his size. Problem is he doesn't always connect with his target, which means the defender still gets through, makes the play. And in pass pro, all the things that we said about like Vengi Wane being impenetrable, Caden Proctor is far from it.
He's gettable.
Proctor gave up. Yeah, he gave up a lot of pressures this year. Ty Simpson took a bunch of hits because Caden Proctor missed blocks. And so when you talk about moving up a level in competition, it's not that he doesn't have potential. It's not that he's not going to be a good NFL tackle eventually. It's if you need, as Brett said, a starting tackle right now, it's a strange pick unless your offensive line coach thinks that they have, and I said this the other night on a podcast, I said the fix, and then I caught myself and I said the fixes, because it's not just one issue. Some guys you see on tape and you're like, man, if he could just anchor against power, he'd be fine, right? Caden Proctor, it's not one thing. It's things in the pass game. It's things in the run game. He doesn't really play with bend right now because he's just bigger than you. He doesn't really need to. He still wins for the most part. He's still stronger than you. But in the NFL, he is going to have to play with leverage. He is going to come up against guys that are quite big.
Look at what Grayson Halton did to him on short yardage in the OU game. He had 100 pounds on Grayson Halton, and Halton, it was like he ran into a tree stump. He couldn't move him.
Yeah,
he's not ready yet. Like I thought he would go to the Eagles because he wouldn't have to play.
Yeah, books and covers. Book is not always represented well by the cover. The cover of Caden Proctor is, oh my God, have you seen the size of that guy? And he can move. Both those things are true. You get to the tape, there's more to playing tackle than being big and being able to move. You have to do things in a very specific order. And he doesn't do them all the time right now. He does them sometimes. It's kind of like a different version of David Bailey. You see all the things on tape, just not all together all the time. In fact, consistency is one of the things that I have as a knock in my eval on him.
I mean, if we're going to take a shot on like a guy with upside, wouldn't that be the Monroe Freeling spot?
It feels like it would have been to me. Like, again, if I was making that pick as this board has fallen and I'm the Dolphins, again, I love the trade down. So this is not we hate the Dolphins or we hate the strategy or anything else. The strategy is great. Go down one pick that doesn't really concern you anyways because, like, they weren't going to take the tackle. You get 2 fifth-round picks out of it, which is awesome because you have a lot of needs. We stated that about the Dolphins at the top of this. But then pick a tackle maybe who's not ready now. If you're going to play him at tackle, I'm not sure about it. So I would have picked Monroe Freeling for sure in that spot, given this choice. And taking the 2 fifth-round picks because I like that part a lot. All right,
so pick is in for the Rams.
Who are we guessing as the board is
falling?
Well,
I already know who it is. I want you to guess.
I mean, Mekhi Lemon is what we said up, down, and sideways in the Sumer podcast. So it's either that or Freeling. What's that?
It's the only time I know it's coming and EJ doesn't.
Oh, it's okay.
It's really not. It's really not okay.
It's really not okay. Is it Ty Simpson?
Not.
Oh boy. Is that the Is that the Glazer bomb? Ty Simpson.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
man.
I just work here.
I just work here. Oh boy.
By the way,
So-
Caden Proctor's pressure percentage was 5%, which sounds like a low number. It's really not. It's actually pretty high. All things
Well,
considered.
the other thing, Caden Proctor's number of pass protection reps was what, 680 or something? He
yeah,
had
they threw all the time.
Yeah, he had way more pass protecting reps. I'll look that up because that's the part that's bringing that number down. It's not that he was super efficient. It's that they had a billion reps.
Oh,
So
shit.
his pressures got spread out over more chances.
Might have just fucked that up. Here we go. Shit.
Oh,
I let
man.
hockeys touch the sheets and not me.
That's right. That's right. Caden Proctor had 963 snaps at left tackle. Now, not all those were passing snaps. 611, which was by far the most among top tackles in this class. Maui Noah was second at 557. And after that, drops down. Blake Miller's 529, and everybody else is below 500. So he had by far the most pass protection reps in this class. Gave up 21 pressures, which is almost a third more than any of the top. It is a third more. Blake Miller gave up 14. Maui Noah gave up 15. Again, talking about 6 more pressures in 50-ish extra snaps. So,
Yeah, I just think there's I acknowledge there's the possibility that Caden Proctor turns into a really, really good starting right tackle. I just don't think it's going to be quick.
yeah, I mean, I would say if everything lined up perfectly for him, again, because he has multiple issues, not just one. Sometimes if a guy has one issue, you can get it fixed in the offseason, and he can come back and play well.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson. Alabama.
Oh boy. You heard
Oh, Sean.
the rumor that everybody was pushing this morning, including Rap and everybody else, that when Ty Simpson's family asked NFL decision makers, Snead was one of the guys that got back to them and said, yeah, I think he's a first round quarterback.
Dude, Les texted his dad that he was going to take him. I thought he meant on day 2.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Ty Simpson, heir apparent to Matt Stafford, or maybe, who knows, he'll play this year if they can't rent the trailer again and put it outside the practice facility. Because, last year Matt Stafford got hooked up to the Juvenation machine. We weren't even sure he was going to be able to walk, and came out and threw the lights out for the Rams. So the Rams are certainly hoping that happens again and they don't have to play Ty Simpson right off, but they obviously believe in the potential. And if you are a Rams fan and you're wondering what you just picked up at quarterback, just a word of caution. Watch the first half of his season at Alabama. You will be like, how did he last pick 13? Just don't watch the second half of the season.
The good news
don't.
is that he doesn't have to play because Stafford's there.
Yeah, you
He
hope.
shouldn't play right now.
Stafford and the trailer are there. Those two things have to come together so that he can walk
Yeah.
again.
But
Wow.
so they're working on an extension with Stafford, which
Yeah.
makes me think Stafford knew this was coming, and that was also part of it's like, hey, this is a 2028 thing, maybe 2027
Right.
at the earliest. We're gonna do an extension. You're fine. Your job's not like you're the reigning MVP. You can play as long as you want to, but you're also old, and if you get hurt, we don't have an option. So that's how and again, me not liking this pick also allows for the possibility that this is one of the only places Ty Simpson can go to where he's going to work. That is very possible. He could end up being a very solid starting quarterback because he went here, in which case everything I'm saying is like kind of not valid. But in a vacuum, as a player, he's not the 13th overall player in this draft. Like, not even close. So
no, he's borderline first round quarterback. Really, I think the only way that you sort of justify him being a first round quarterback based on the entire evaluation is if you were moving up into the back end of the first round and you did believe in him as an eventual starter and you wanted the 5th year of control. I could see it. It's the old "I'll allow it" gif, right?
So Con said, to be fair, Brett didn't like the Jordan Love pick. He had like 4 years to prepare.
Yeah,
there's a difference. Like,
if Ty Simpson has 3 years to get ready under Sean McVay, he's going to be deadly.
Fine.
He's going to be deadly. He's going to be absolutely deadly. Like, you can come back to this freezing cold takes 3 years later, look at the draft live stream, and it's EJ saying, "Oh yeah, you give that guy 3 years to train under McVay. Go back and watch the first half of the season. It was really impressive tape. That's why everybody was talking about him. They should have been. He was killing folks. And then, like, the wheels fell off completely.
It's one of those.
It's not that
if he went to Miami a pick ago, it would be a disaster. The fact that he went 1 pick later to the Rams means he might actually have a good career.
Landing spots are a thing. By the way, we should probably apologize to the Stetson Bennett camp for all the erasure here. Not even addressing he exists at this moment. He might be a little irked by that.
I don't know. It's one of those words like there's two Americas here.
Mm-hmm.
There's the America where he goes somewhere where he has to play early and the pick ends up not being good, and there's the America where he goes to the Rams, he doesn't play till 2028, and he ends up being a great player, and then, like you said, people come back and they clip this and they say, "Oh my God, what a fucking moron." Player evaluations in a vacuum versus destination, 2 very different things. I'm happy for Ty. He literally went to the place that is most likely for him to succeed. But also, I do not think they had to do this at 13. So from like an opportunity cost standpoint, I don't like that.
Well, Simpson, one of the most polarizing prospects in this draft as to where he was going to go, not the person, not so much the evaluation on tape. That was pretty standard. All right, now are the Ravens going to eat their vegetables? Or are they going to eat dessert?
Got to be Ioane.
In the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Ioane guard.
I had 1 pick in the expert mock draft, and I hit it. So there we go. 100% walking away. That's it. Swish the 3-pointer, walk off. Game over.
Do you think they had anyone else on their board at all?
Sadiq, but a distant second. Like, in no way does Kenyon Sadiq keep you from taking a player like Venga Ioane in terms of so much of, well, if you're a bootleg fan, you've already heard this, so I'll apologize for repeating it, but so much of the Ravens offense last year got derailed by not having a functional right guard that Lamar basically went on protest. And adding the best, I might even say the best pass blocking offensive lineman in this class. I think that's
overall,
a fair statement. Yeah. I don't care what position. Like, I think Ioane is the best pass blocker in this class. And he's a good run blocker. He's not great. He's got holes in his run blocking game, but again, super talented athlete. Guy's going to play in the league forever. Absolutely going to be a second contract player, barring injury. And Lamar's going to be so much more comfortable in the pocket with him at right guard. It's not even going to be funny.
It's going to be night and day, dude. He's going to get whiplash.
Yeah. He's going to stop, he's going to have to stop reflexively, twitching and looking at if anybody's coming through that gap. Because after, OTAs, he's going to go, oh, nothing ever happens there anymore.
I have 2.5 seconds.
He stands up and I have 3. I have 4. No. That's a great pick. That is a, eat your vegetables, meat, potatoes, whatever you want to call it, pick. That is a necessary pick that is going to help build the foundation for the Ravens offense. And there's still targets. Again, this is not the Ravens' only pick in this draft. There are plenty of good wide receiving targets in the second, in the third, even into the fourth in this draft. I think on my ranking sheet that I put out today, I ranked 28 or 32 wide receivers, and there were still lots more. Now, I'm not saying those are great players or they're going to be starters, but I literally felt the need to rank 25 plus wide receivers in this class because there's still good ones. I wasn't scraping the barrel going, oh, well, I'm just trying to get to 25. I got to 25 and stopped and was like, well, here's 4 more. I'm just going to put in the other category because they're still good players. And I have sleepers on top of that. So you're talking about 30 plus, selectable wide receivers. Ravens have plenty of chances to come back, get another bite at the apple here. Ioana, in my opinion, my estimation, it's the pick I made in the mock draft. This is the pick they needed to make if he was there. He's there. Everything lines up. Just like Ty Simpson went to a very good situation, I think Ioana ends up in a very good situation as well.
Right now, the only pick that I really don't like for 2026 specifically, I think, is Proctor. Everything else I can get behind in one way or another. Including,
future for Ty Simpson. And,
including Simpson. Like there's a justification in my head for it.
Sure, there's a way that it works. There's a path to success for that.
Yeah. And again, I'm not guaranteeing Proctor's going to be bad. It's just one of those where it's like,
I don't think he's going to be bad, right? I think he could be really, really good, like 2 years from now.
Oh, that's true. Jeremiah Love went at 3. You're right.
Yeah, you weren't wild about that.
But that's not an evaluation of the player thing.
No.
That's Arizona. What are we doing?
What are we doing? Yeah. They literally went pure BPA, which is, we almost never see it. Everybody says that's what you should do. In a vacuum, you should just pick pure BPA. They literally picked pure BPA in this draft, and they're going to get absolutely slammed for it.
It's one of those where it's like, yes, I told you to invest in the market. I didn't tell you to put your entire life savings into like shorting GameStop. Like those are two very different things. Let's be reasonable here.
Yep, for sure. Bears trade up for an edge. Maybe.
I mean, Bane's in range.
I think. Jason looks extremely pleased.
If I was them, I'd just take Bane right here.
Yeah, speaking of BPA, like you could use him, and he's a very good player. He fits the style of defense that you run. Not that there's many defenses out there that he doesn't fit in. The only ones I think are ones that require the edge to be in coverage a lot, because he covered nunts at Miami. For all the games they played, he had 4 coverage reps for the entire season. That's like accidentally tripped and stayed near the line of scrimmage, and they called it a coverage rep. That is,
he was tying a shoe when the ball was snapped.
That's right. You never cover, man, ever. It's against the rules. So if you don't need that kind of, if a true heavy-handed pocket collapsing, edge crushing defensive end is not what you need, and again, most systems can and should accommodate that type of player, then Bane might not be a fit. But if you're somebody that drops your edge in coverage like 5-6 times a game, Ruben Bane's not going to be the top of your list. But other than that, like if I'm the Bucks here, I think, how happy is Trev going to be if Bane goes to the Bucks?
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bain.
There it is. Congrats, Trev, wherever you are.
Oh, we know where he is.
Losing
He's
his
in New York
mind.
City. Yeah, he's in New York City trying not to lose it on Bleacher Report set right now. He is bouncing out of his shoes, as he well should be. Ruben Bain, fantastic player, one of the most talented players in this draft. I'm not worried about the short arms. Why? Tape. He played against a lot of guys that are already in the NFL, and he played against a lot of guys that are going to be in the NFL after tonight and tomorrow. And he whooped the snot out of all of them. And it was consistent, right? He won with power. He has bend. He won with multiple moves every year. I know you do this as well. You're writing up college edge rushers, and you're like, needs to develop a counter move, needs to develop a counter move, needs to develop a counter move. You get to Ruben Bay, and you're like, ooh, there's like 3 counter moves, and they all work. Oh, that's rare. I mean, it's
They all
more
work
rare
because
than you think in college.
his main move is just running through people, and so he can basically do anything he wants off of that.
That's right. Because if you're a tackle if you are afraid of power, if you don't think you can anchor against power, you're like you're digging in, right? It's like hitters, right? You throw them 2 fastballs that they're behind and they get wound up and they're like, all right. And you throw them the junkiest, loopiest piece of change ever and they just can't adjust. It's the same thing with pass rushers and tackles. And Ruben Bain runs through your face like 3-4 times in a row. You're like, okay, I gotta bow up here. And then he goes around you, bends, swipes your hands because he's got very powerful. Everybody talks about how long they are. He's got a lot of power in his hands. Super heavy-handed guy. Very quick as well. Combines that with some bend. And again, like you said, sets the rush with power, And then, not power this time, sack. And that's how he got him. And he's going to get him in the league because that combo works as well.
Tampa Bane is such a good nickname.
Yes. I
Good
love
job, chat.
And how many people said this during our draft coverage? The chance that Bane is the only Batman in this draft is just so amazing.
I can't believe that many teams cared about the length that much.
I think they will be sorry. The chances that Ruben Bain is a bad NFL player are extremely low.
Very, very low.
Very, very low. So there you go.
AJ for $10 says, there's no world I don't take Love if I'm Arizona. I'm elite at skill positions. Next year is the QB draft. Lots of linemen still in this draft. 2 years from now, this is an absolutely stacked offense.
I love that he says lots of linemen. Because, yes, there are lots of linemen, but do you need a center or a center guard combo? Because if you don't, after the first round, we'll see about your lots of linemen claim when you really need a tackle.
Yeah, it's really like how many tackles are going to be there at 34. If they get a tackle at 34, everything that I've said so far is wrong. And they're correct,
right.
And I will flagellate myself over that.
Here we go. Jets' second pick.
I mean, is Mekhi Lemon? He's still there.
Why would you not at this point? Why would you not?
Like, that's just greedy, but it's fun.
Well, it's not greedy. They need wide receiver. Like, Garrett's been doing it by himself forever, and the rest of us don't really believe in A.D. Mitchell. So,
some of us do.
I said the rest of us. That's me and 5,600 people in chat, and then versus you.
Surely one of them also likes A.D. Mitchell.
Yeah. This is me in the Will Howard wagon. It's me and this other guy. I'm not alone up here. Yeah. If it's not Lemon, we'll see. But like, makes a lot of sense for their offense, for Geno.
16th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Kenyon Sadiq.
Ooh.
A receiver of a different flavor.
So
I like it.
Mason Taylor, I thought looked pretty nice as a rookie.
But don't you feel better with Mason Taylor as your 2?
Well, I think either one of them can do a variety of things. Specifically, like, we don't have to have them like, oh, here's my Y and here's my move tight end. Mm-hmm. Both of them can kind of do both roles, and so we can get really creative in where we put them.
That first highlight they show Sadiq versus Washington is so disrespectful. I love it. He just ran straight into him. He's like, nah, you can't. Nah, I'm not going to allow you to. Power pack of an athlete. absolutely wound up, completely versatile in terms of can block. Everybody says he can't block. They say desire to block. No, he can bow up and block. It's a little bit like Colston Loveland that way. He cannot dig out 280-pound defensive ends, but if you're using him that way, you shouldn't be. He can pin a linebacker on the end of the line. He can get out in space. He is easily athletic enough to hit targets in space, blow open run lanes for your running back. Like, he is a multifunctional player. And in the pass game, he's probably faster than whoever you're going to put on him to cover. So the combination, again, I don't think this is Taylor erasure. Like, this is the combination now is very dangerous, and you can come out in two tight end sets, flex out, and basically have them be 4 wide receiver sets.
Well, that's the thing is, like, both of them can play big slot. So you can basically you can do all your 4 wide stuff from 12 personnel.
Yep. That's why I like
nasty.
it. I like it a lot. I think it's a very good pick. I would have been very happy with Mekhi Lemon as well. I think he's a very high floor NFL player. And, he would have done a lot of the same things without. I mean, he does block. He's not a bad blocker. I'm talking about Lemon. So, but I think Sadiq is more rare in this draft. You're not going to get another Sadiq. You can get other players who approximate a lot of Lemon's value for the next several rounds. And again, the Jets have a ton of picks in this draft and the next draft. So this is just sort of the beginning. If they were looking at the tight end class and said, hey, man, there's nobody really else like Sadiq, but we can get 80 or 85% of Mekhi Lemon in, the back of the second round or the top of the third round or whatever, which I think you can in this draft because of the depth at wide receiver. I like that stack. It's lining up pretty well for the Jets so far.
I feel like with with Mason and Kenyon as your 12 personnel group, teams are going to feel compelled to play nickel into that because they're going to be terrified of playing base into it, unless they happen to have a Sam linebacker that can cover like that, which I don't know how many teams have that. Like, maybe if you're playing against the Giants, you can have Harvell covers that. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm laughing because we got a super chat from username, a clown named Michael Bidwell for 1999. I'm not Monty's biggest fan, but I don't blame him for that pick. That pick has Michael's tiny little fingerprints all over it. Again, the way to salvage the Jeremiah Love pick is to come back and pick a tackle. If they get Blake Miller because he's sliding because of injury concerns, like, again, this all works. It's exactly what Brett did in his mock draft for the Giants when he picked Love and then came back and picked Venga, I think. So, like, there is a way out of this. It just doesn't look good at the top.
But so back to Kenyon and Mason again. Teams are going to want to play 11 into that because they're not going to want to play base because they're not going to be able to cover these guys from base. And so really what it comes down to is, do they think, or how many teams can stop the run from nickel against that 12 personnel grouping? The real benefactor of this might end up being Brees in a way, if teams feel like they can't play base against the Jets or they're going to get roasted by all that speed at tight end. And then they just run the shit out of the ball with Brees. Like, maybe I'm 4D chessing this and getting ahead of myself.
So.
But that's the problem that Mason and Kenyon on the field together present, is you feel like you have to play certain personnel groups into it. And so if you play light because they have speed with their big people, and then you can't stop the run because you don't have a Byron Murphy like Seattle does or an Eman Worry like Seattle does. Like, unless you're Seattle, if you can't stop the run from nickel like Seattle can stop the run from nickel, which they're a unique defense, that's the problem that the Jets can present with this 12 personnel grouping. So while, yes, getting receiver would be nice, the problems that the Jets now present on offense matchup-wise, like, that might supersede the need for another receiver.
Dan looks pretty happy in the Detroit War Room, so my guess is they just drafted some glass eater because he wouldn't be happy without it.
They're 2 picks away from Bain, which probably stings a little bit for them.
A little, but does this feel like a free landing spot for you?
It should be. Or Yanich or Blake Miller if they're comfortable with the injuries. one of the tackles. Like, I'm not going
I
into
would
the
be
season with Larry Borum.
I would be surprised if it's not Freeling here. I know that they have the capacity to go right because they've said they're going to move Sewell, but if you got a left and left Sewell at right, like, would you be sad?
Of the global community of wish makers taking action to support Make-A-Wish during World Wish Month. Tonight, you will have the opportunity to help grant an unforgettable wish. I'm joined here by Easton, a 14-year-old Lions fan whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. I'd like to ask all of you to join me in cheering on Easton as he makes his wish come true. Take it away, Easton.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
He's such a lion. We said this. Like I said, he reminds me of Taylor Decker.
Yeah. He's the most Lions-y tackle in the draft.
Yeah. Again, Trev's going out of his mind right now because the tackle he's wanted to be drafted for the last 3 years finally got drafted, so he can close the Blake Miller file. Blake Miller, 4-year starter at Clemson, ton of reps every year, which is rare. Usually guys don't start as freshmen. Really experienced, good first step. Frame is really nice. Like, there's not a lot of frame concerns with him. A lot of these tackles, it's, is he, short backed, or does he have small hands, or, his arms too short or whatever. He's pretty balanced physically in the way he's put together.
He's proportional.
Very much looks like an NFL tackle. He's tall. He uses his length well. Again, he's not one of those guys that just hit a crazy growth spurt or, isn't done growing yet or whatever. Like, he's been doing it with these tools for 4 years for Clemson, and he looks like that on the field. He's not there's not a lot of like dramatic reps with Blake Miller. They all look pretty machined. They all happen in a pretty similar way. Is he infallible? No, I don't think any tackle is, but like, is he? You're very sure of the product you're getting with Blake Miller. You know exactly who you're getting at tackle with Blake Miller. You've seen it for 4 years.
He's incredibly experienced, over 50 starts, which is absurd. It's unheard of. Wow, Kamish coming out again.
Vikings didn't have to wait for this one. Oh, it's got to be to pierce my heart right to its Bear fan core.
The Minnesota Vikings select
Whoa!
Okay.
So their doctors gave him the sign off.
Yeah. Possibly the most talented defensive tackle in this class. I think Trev said in our last Bleacher episode, if you took the top 10 highlight plays of Caleb Banks and strung them together and showed them to somebody, they'd be like, that guy's a top 5 overall pick. And you'd be right. Like, his highlight plays are absurd. Problem is he's 300 and almost 30 pounds. Yeah, 327. And he's had 2 foot breaks in the last 12 months. People are, I would say appropriately gun shy about that. That's difficult. Big guys healing from foot injuries can be tough, but watching him dominate, and I do mean dominate, the interior line of scrimmage from the defensive tackle spot, he is incredibly forceful, plays with a ton of power, lot of explosion, even at that size. Watching him move, that highlight they just showed against LSU, like, once he gets through the line, this is not some, tower of a plotter. Like, he's on the quarterback quickly. So Minnesota signs off on the injury, says he's cool, and we're drafting him for upside. We are drafting him to be an absolute menace. If you look at the finalists last year in the NFL, they all had incredibly powerful defensive tackle combos. And Flores didn't really have that. They think it's Banks. I gotta say it. The Thieneman dream. The Thieneman dream. It lives. I don't
it
think
might
he's gonna
only be
make
one
it.
more pick because
Yeah, I was
Carolina
gonna say,
rushed that one in.
Well, here's the thing. Are you helping Bryce, or are you going defense here?
Because Makai's
Because
on the
Makai's on the
board
board.
still.
And think about their receiver room.
Yeah.
Tet,
They
Coker, like
yeah.
insert Makai Lemon here, like perfect, just drop it in type fit. So if, again, this is the theoretical, when you're team building, when you're looking at the draft, when you're looking at strength and weaknesses and weighing, what are we going to do in the first round versus the later rounds, day 1, day 2? Makai Lemon in round 1 to really finish that wide receiver core. I think that's the easy way to look at it. Or, oh yeah, by the way, your GM is a former linebacker who's like, defense. Yeah, defense.
So for Caleb Banks, for me, I know a lot of people give Chris Jones as the comp. I kind of see like a slightly different framed DeForest Buckner in the sense that he will just overwhelm people. Like he has these breathtaking reps where I kind of feel bad for the guard because like, buddy, there's nothing you can do. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's longer, he's faster. Like it's unbelievable. Again, the durability was the concern. That's why I thought the only DT that might go in round 1 was Kristen Miller because of a very large
because of Banks' injury.
Yeah, right. But as far as like who's the health being equal, who's the best DT in this draft, it's him, and it's not even a discussion. So if they feel like whoops.
Yeah, if they feel like they're good with the medicals and that he will be on the field for them, he is absolutely worthy of the pick where they took him. No question.
It's a big if. It's a big if, but you put him and Redmond together.
I don't want to think about it.
Don't get to third down, and then you got Gink and Dallas. Like they're not going to have to blitz. They'll just do it for fun.
Yeah, you can win with 4. And again, that's what the finalists in last year's playoffs, you're looking at those defensive tackle rotations. They powered them. They powered those defenses. And the Vikings are looking for that. It's a copycat league. And this is the swing they're going to take because he does provide, again, when healthy at his peak, he provides the ability to affect the pass game that very few other defensive tackles, no other defensive tackles of his size, I'll say that. In terms of big guys, we have smaller guys that are penetrating 3 techs, guys like Grayson Halton, who you mentioned earlier, Caleb Proctor, guys like that. There are guys in this draft that can affect the pass game from the defensive tackle spot, but they're not the same type of player. They're not it's kind of the Nick Eamon of defensive tackles, right? You just leave them in there. It's like, oh, when do we need to take him out? The answer is you don't.
You don't.
Like if he's healthy, it's just maybe when he's tired. But other than that, like passing, no problem. Running, no problem. Like
I also do respect that he didn't have to come back for the end of his last season. He came back for like a couple games at the end of the year. He could have just shut it down and be like, okay, like this is my last. I'm going to go to the draft. Like he came back to play. They were playing for nothing, and he came back to play. That I respect that. Here's Roger.
I gotta say, Trev's having a heck of a first round.
2026 NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle,
Prudent pick.
Georgia.
Very.
Like, and this gives them Rashid insurance if that signing doesn't work out.
Yeah.
It also gives them insurance for the future at their right tackle position. They don't have to play him right now, which is good. He's an inexperienced tackle. He needs to develop. As far as like best situation for Monroe Freeling, the player, as well as best value for Panthers, the team, this is like a match made in heaven.
Dude, I'm laughing at the first bullet point they put up. It's literally huge.
He's massive.
He is a very big human being, also very athletic and not yet at his ceiling. You said young tackle who's still developing. He's good. I hate it when people give him the project label. Like he has things he needs to work on for sure. But again, kind of like Caleb Banks, if you put on his 10 best reps at his size, at his age too, he is not an overaged tackle. He's like 23, 4, I think. So it's such a good pick for Carolina because it is really future proofing. Again, what could derail part of their season if they have a tackle go down?
They got
or
nobody else.
their tackle ages out right in front of their eyes, which could also happen because sometimes that cliff comes up quick. Oh, we have a trade.
Yep, Eagles went up with
Really?
the Cowboys.
Yeah, at 20.
I'm trying to
Okay.
get trade terms here.
Yeah, for sure. So who is it that is this Lemon once they move on from AJ? Lemon and
I think
Devonta?
so.
I mean, value-wise, it feels like it has to be unless, yep, it is. That's
Makai
going to be
Lemon is an Eagle.
nasty, nasty receiving combination, even if AJ moves post June 1, which everybody believes that he will.
These picks
Wow.
are coming in fast now. Holy shit.
Well, they cut down the time this year. You don't have the
Yeah,
same
but even
amount
then,
of
it felt
time.
like the early ones, they were stringing it out, and now it's like
Now it's
4
TikTok.
minutes.
All right. Well, very interesting. Because again, we're getting to the range where there are certain guys, Makai Lemon, Freeling, and in my mind, Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon, are all just kind of on watch at this point. Like they could go pretty much anywhere for the next several picks. People might be trading up to try and get them. Yeah, fascinating. So great move for the Eagles because obviously they're going to have a need at wide receiver. Makai Lemon is not just a slot receiver. Yes, he played most of his reps in the slot. He is built to take outside reps. He did take well over 100 outside reps at USC. And will block, is physical, will absolutely sacrifice himself over the middle of the field, catch a ball. I know people are worried about, he didn't run super well. He runs really well on the field. He did not test well. Absolutely. With you there. He is a dog. He is an absolute dog. Competitor, whether that's contested catches, blocks, run after the catch, one of the best run after catch threats in this draft. A very high floor first round wide receiver. And honestly, if I'm taking a first round wide receiver, that's what I want because the bust rate is higher for wide receivers in the first round than it is for almost any other position. I think the hit rate is somewhere between 18 and 22% first round wide receivers. Makai Lemon, I'm going to worry a lot less about that than I am with some other players.
I just think if you're doing your damnedest to A, get a position that you need, and B, have it be one that you know is going to be good. Like, do I ever think that Makai Lemon's going to be a top 10 receiver in the NFL? I don't. But like he's going to catch 80 to 90 balls in a year, especially after AJ gets traded. He's going to be extraordinarily reliable. You know, I hope that Hurts is able to maximize his ability to work the middle of the field. And by that, I mean Makai's ability to work the middle of the field and like be tough, contested catcher, get yards after the catch, like all the stuff that Makai did work in the middle of the field. I hope that Hurts maximizes that because Hurts in his career has really tended to like AJ's ability to go up and get it outside the numbers. But as far as just we are taking a player that is good and we are giving up a couple fourth round picks to make sure that we are getting a player that is good. I think it's a worthy trade. And also Dallas doesn't lose anything here. Like they probably know who they want and they know they're going to be there at 23 anyway. So they're picking up a couple fourth round picks. Like I think
That
it's
was
a good
a
process.
I'm
by
sorry,
both
I
teams.
missed compensation when you found it. What was it? What they
Two
pick up?
fourth rounders. It's like 122, 137. It's fine.
It's solid.
Yeah, but it's like we don't want to lose Makai to Pittsburgh at 21. We don't want him to go to 22. Like you're giving up 2 fourth round picks just to make sure you get a receiver that day one can play for you and is really good.
Yeah. So a couple super chats to catch up on. MJ 0795 for $19.99. Hi, Rams fan here. I hate the pick, but do you think this is McVay wanting his guy to stay for a long time? And McVay worked, it says and McVay, I think it means has McVay worked with smaller QBs before. He's certainly picked a few. They haven't been his starters. Goff, big frame quarterback. Stafford, very big frame quarterback. So he's drafted a few. They have either been his backups, but they haven't been his starters. So don't know. All right, I'm fascinated because the Pittsburgh pick is in, and way back at the combine, I had a Pittsburgh beat writer tell me if this guy's there at our pick, he's gonna be a Steeler. So I'm gonna see.
Ihanachor?
Nope.
This is Tommy Shaw from Sticks. Steelers, the pick.
Oh, the guys
Are we
from
doing
Sticks
Renegade?
making the pick.
That's cool.
They're making the pick, yeah. Hey, that looks familiar.
Oh, this is sick. Oh, this is so fucking cool.
Renegade at the draft in Pittsburgh.
Oh my god, this is so awesome.
You know what this reminds me of? Sandman at Virginia Tech.
This is so fucking cool.
Yeah, way to pump up a crowd. Your mods would be lucky to survive. And for MJ, yeah, the other thing is everybody's hoping Simpson gets bigger.
Huh?
Everybody's hoping Simpson gets bigger. It says McVay worked with smaller QBs before. Everybody wants Simpson to get bigger so he survives.
Stream getting copyright struck. Yeah, probably.
Sure, man.
Worth it. So this is why they were speeding through all those picks. Like, we got to make room for Renegade in the broadcast.
That's right. We gotta have like 5 minutes for this Steelers pick, which sure it's deserved. All right, we got the bus on stage. Let's go. Local football players, Pittsburgh,
Allegheny?
massive
players.
high school football town.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are committed to growing the game of football and celebrating athletes at every level. Joining me on stage are 6 Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recipients, featuring both high school tackle players and flag football athletes. Jerome?
The Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recognizes high school football players who demonstrate leadership, character, and service, both on and off the field.
33's got a future as a tackle, man. Look at those arms.
We wish all of you the best as you continue your football journey.
He's like 6'4".
The last time I introduced the Steelers' first-round pick, I was fortunate to introduce T.J. Watt. And with the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Max Ihanachor.
Hey, I called it.
Yeah, that was not the player they mentioned, but again, they maybe thought he wasn't going to be there. Man, what a great fit for the Steelers. I'm sad that he won't be playing in Chicago. I heard they didn't like him as a first rounder, anyways. But I love Max Ihanachor. Almost unlimited upside in terms of his movement skills at his size are only topped in this draft by Spencer Fano. And I don't know that will continue into the future. I think Max might eclipse him. Multi-sport athlete. Growing up, you can tell when you watch him move. I got really annoyed when people called him a project because if you go back and watch his reps, man, he stonewalled a bunch of really good players this year already. So he is a good player who's getting better. He's young. He's young in the position. He is immensely physically gifted. Watching his mirror, unreal. Really, really like Max Ihanachor. I think he's going to be a great Steeler for a long time.
And he's new to the sport. That's the thing. He's like he's still figuring it out. Like he's
3 years,
he's a puppy.
Yeah, and he's
But he
already
is-
this good.
He's long. He's strong. He's an incredible mover. I see him as a very similar athletic profile to Membu last year. He's just not as far along as Membu was coming out, but like he can be Armand Membu. And if you have an opportunity to take an Armand Membu type of tackle at 21, like, you do it. Especially Project Drones, like, we're not sure on what his future is. If you might have only, well, not only one, but if you might have a pretty sizable hole at tackle on your roster, and you have an opportunity to address that with a freaky athlete, I love this pick. I would have made this pick myself if he was available in my mock. He wasn't, much to my own chagrin. But I love this. This is great. It's a very similar reaction to what I had when they took Derek Harmon, where I was like, oh, of course they did. And I loved that.
Chargers pick is in. This will be fun. TJ go big for $5 in the super chat. EJ structured Cole Kmet and Jonah Jackson, opening up $10 million of cap room. Now, TJ has been a longtime follower of my work. I don't think he'd lie to me. He might, just for the fun of it on the draft stream, but I would never accuse him of that. So if that's a real thing, I have thoughts.
What did he say? He did restructure Cole Kmet, Jonah Jackson, opening to. Are they doing it? Are they trading for something? If they wouldn't open to the money unless they needed to trade for something.
Yeah.
You don't think they're in on AJ?
No.
Max?
I heard that proposed. I think Max is staying in Vegas. It could be Max. If it's for 25, I would, well, I don't know that I'd love that. And again, they might not do it today, right? They could do it tomorrow. They have 3 picks tomorrow. So my thought was Highsmith.
With the 22nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Akeem Mesidor.
Ooh, baby.
Yeah. Spicy.
Love that.
Spicy.
Akeem is one of my favorite players that I talked to at the Combine.
Yeah.
He's going to be a perfect culture fit. Great dude. Incredibly hard worker. You know, the kind of guy that spends his NIL money on cryotherapy and outside pass rush coaches. Like, he's already a pro's pro. I don't care that he's 25. I do not care whatsoever. He's the kind of player that you draft because you need somebody who's good right now to push you over the top in a contention window, which is what the Chargers think they're in. In 5 years, yeah, he's going to be up for an extension when he's already pushing 30. They don't care. Because if they win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years, nothing else matters. So
That's
I think
right.
this is
You
a
got the
great
ring.
pick. He's somebody who contributes right now. One of the best options on the board. I thought he was going to be going at 15 to Tampa. It's just Bain happened to be there, his teammate. I love this pick. This is perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, this is a fantastic player going to a place where he gets to learn under Mac. Get out of here. Like, that's ideal. Their play styles are very similar. Heavy-handed, good burst, bend. They play with power, right? Even when they're playing with speed, they still play with power. And that's why he manages to get as many sacks as he does. A lot of people say, oh, he played across from Bain. You know, of course you're going to get sacks. Nah, it wasn't all that. He earns a lot of them on his own. And again, inside, outside versatility. You can slide him into a 3-tech, which they did with Bain as well on 3rd and long. They showed highlights of him beating the guard right there. Like, bend around the outside, power through a guy's face, the sort of strain to get sacks late in a down, which are important. I know everybody wants the first move win sack, and those are important, but you also need the guys that keep going through a play. Quarterback gets flushed by somebody else. They don't get him. You get the cleanup sack, 4 seconds into the play. Still counts. Still knocks the drive backwards. Is got a great motor, great frame, heavy-handed. The only real question with him is medicals. He had foot stuff and shoulder stuff. They obviously, at this point, are plenty comfortable with that. And, gets dropped into a great situation where he can start producing right now. I mean, you think about that 3-man rush. Thule, Mack, and Mesidor.
Oh,
get out of here.
Get out of here.
Oh, Good night.
I mean, he's the new Thule, because Thule was
Yeah.
the third one, right? And
Yeah.
now Thule's the second one. Well, soon to be
Yep.
first one.
Yeah.
They might draft another one next year after Khalil retires. Who knows?
Sure. Why not? It is funny. There are some teams as we go through this and as we've been doing this for a long time where you go, oh, they see exposition the same way I do. Like, I was a huge
going.
Thule fan, right? I really like Mesidor's game. They apparently see edge the same way that I do, because those are players that I really liked. So, yeah, nice pick. Again, now Cowboys, this is where they traded back to only 3 picks back, right? From 20 back to 23.
Chat was like,
Fast.
what if they do Thieneman and Downs?
Oh, they might.
Oh,
They might. They're set forever.
nasty.
Yeah, no, their defensive backfield. I really don't. That's the. That would be a very interesting answer to getting 2 guys that are 9 out of 10 and playing them both at safety.
Yeah. But like, I kind of
being
want to
like-
see it.
Oh yeah, why wouldn't you? Like, let's be greedy as NFL fans. That would be amazing. I think they have bigger needs elsewhere.
He'll draft
But-
one the year after that when Messidor retires.
Oh man.
Oh,
Good call. Gation 499. Love your content, guys. Question: what are your thoughts on the safety position? Well, how prescient is that? I think it's way undervalued, but would love to hear your thoughts. I think it's being valued more appropriately now as everybody realizes that those players are kind of everything players. For those of you that aren't bootleg patrons, if you'd like to be, head over to the Patreon page, check it out. But we redid safety, our evaluation sheet this year, and I really like how it came out. Kind of Frankensteined it together because there's this weird Venn diagram in the secondary of like 4 different circles of like star, nickel, seam player, box safety, dime backer, free safety, like all these different designations. Teams use them in a million different ways, but you're kind of picking from the same pool of players. So we put them all in one sheet and organized them based on where they played the most in college. And it kind of worked out. It's a little Frankenstein-y, but I think it worked out really well. And it gives a more, I think, clear and full picture of what that position is becoming. And it's kind of the all around do everything, right? You have to be able to stop the run. You have to be able to play near the line of scrimmage. You have to be able to cover. Like, it is a very difficult spot to play, and we're looking at all different kinds of players coming in, guys that used to be linebackers, guys that, were nickels and bulked up, and now they do a little bit more, guys that are true, 6'3", rangy free safeties. So I think safety is changing rapidly, and guys like Nicky Manwari, who were labeled safety, are sort of leading that charge. But Cowboys picks in. Who do you think? You gonna take a guess?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they have a lot of ways they could go here for sure.
23rd pick
Ooh, I have an idea.
26
Casey?
NFL draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, defensive end.
Whoa,
So-
there it is.
So DJ got a tip when he's the only person who put Malachi Lawrence at 20. So DJ heard something.
There was a bunch of stuff about Malachi back in the first round. Because, again, he was in the middle of the first round. And, he's climbing. And, people were talking about him in the high teens like a couple weeks ago. And then it cooled. And then it was like, maybe it's 35. Maybe it's 40. He'll be off the board by 45. And then, like, yesterday and today, people started talking about, no, middle of the first round, people like him. So we're talking about Malachi Lawrence, pass rusher, UCF, really violent get off. I would say more of a pure pass rusher. He's not a good player against the run right now. He's decent in pursuit. I was trying to see if I was in that shot.
Oh, for the 40?
Yeah, I am right there. That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, no, Malachi Lawrence, pure pass rusher, but a good one. Has been really good hand use. You're not.
You think he is
necess-
bad? That was my note on him. I thought he was stiff.
Well, yeah, Ben gets. We had a lot of conversations about Ben this process, and people leaning up against their couch and taking still photos. Lean more than bend. He doesn't
As in
really.
he he
gets low,
doesn't get redirected too far behind the pocket, is what you mean.
Yeah, and I mean, when you watch him approach, you say stiff, and a lot of times it's like where they bend, right? Some guys kind of lean over at the hip. Some guys can really like get their hips down and get underneath a guy and kind of snake the edge and make up the half step that way. He's got decent angle coming around the edge for me. When he runs the hoop, he's not one of those guys that's straight up and down for me. He's more one-dimensional than I like, though. I want a guy to be able to play the run, and it's not physically that he can't. He just doesn't. Like, he's not super effective against the run.
To me, a lot of the bendy guys are the ones who can really get their shoulder down low while still kind of unhinging their hips and getting around the corner. And what that helps to do is to present a really small target to the tackle because the target is low.
Where you basically got a hold.
Shoulder pad. Whereas Malachi's like, I'm right here. You can hit me.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Yeah.
I'm over here.
I'm waiting. No, I like him as a player. It's early for me.
It's early for me as well. Yeah. Again, I don't think he's a bad player. It's just early for me.
No, I had him as my 6th edge. And again, I had Bain as a DE. So I had Reese Bailey as the top tier, then Mesidor, Parker, who's still on the board, Thomas, who's still on the board, and Malachi Lawrence at the back end of that second tier. So he's still in the second tier, but he was edge 6, and there's a couple of guys that haven't gone yet that are in front of him.
Edge 10 for me.
Well, yeah, but you did edge and DE together, so take out a couple of the guys I called DEs, and we're about the same on him, actually.
Yeah, I got Falk and Bain.
Bain, yeah.
So I guess edge 8, pure
edge 8.
Yeah,
edge 8, and mine's pure edge 6. So again, we're not that different on him. Yeah. Anyways, I like the fit. I think he's going to play well there. They don't necessarily. I mean, I think all edges need to stop the run in some capacity. They don't need it as much there. Certainly, I have Quinn in the middle helping out with that. So I think he's going to get freed up on the edge to kind of go fireball, and that's going to be fun. Like that's a good spot for him. Christian Parker, like, certainly knows what he likes in pass rushers, and he's worked with guys who are similar with the Eagles. So can't think that he didn't have a huge voice in saying this is the guy we want that early on. I mean, again, he had his choice: Parker, Thomas. If Romello Height was his thing, Cassius Howell, if he was looking for a pure fireballer. They chose Lawrence here with lots of options on the board. So brand new defensive coordinator. Thank God. You're welcome, Cowboys fans. No more Eberflus. But CP, definitely, this is a CP stamped move for sure. He's sure he got what he wanted.
Browns can go a lot of different directions at 24 here.
Yeah, and they were one of the few teams that went chalk early, so credit to the Browns for keeping the stream on track.
So I was talking to Corey.
Yes.
And one of the things were like Fano at 6, Cooper at 24, and we sleep like a baby. They got Fano at 9. If they go Omar Cooper at 24, I'm sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, that is a very solid first round for them if that's the case. Again, a lot of people thought Cooper were going to be off the board. Yeah, a lot of people thought Cooper were going to be off the board at the Panthers pick. Rams pick. He was a very popular pick for the Rams. If the Rams didn't get what they wanted or didn't go for a quarterback in the future, which we weren't necessarily anticipating. Cooper be great here. What do you think about alternate KC?
Yeah, you can sell me on it. Oh, well, here you go. Go ahead, EJ. Sell me on it.
Oh, I'm about to. I think you're getting a slightly different player. Cooper and Concepcion very close in my rankings. Concepcion better. I don't want to say better. Different separator than Omar Cooper. Omar Cooper also a very good separator. More dynamic, I think, after the catch. From a speed perspective, Omar Cooper can make people miss. He can break a few tackles. KC is slippery, as you will see on tape. When he gets, speaking of bend, he can kind of get that shoulder down dip, and then if you didn't get a good piece of his jersey, you're not getting him. He's very, very quick. A lot of people concentrated on the drops. I don't think the drops are an issue because, man, he makes some really tough catches on tape. So it's a concentration thing more than a physical thing. Sometimes you see a guy with really bad catch process. I didn't think that was the case with Casey. He was not consistent with his catch process, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it. Also, dynamic in the return game, and that is something that's tough to overrate. Can turn a game on one play in the return game or in the passing game, either way. So, by the way, that was the player that the Pittsburgh beat writer said if he's on the board, he's going to be a Steeler. And that was before it came out.
Yeah.
Well, Ihanachor for one, but the other one, it was before the revelation that there were some issues in Casey's medical checks at the combine about his knee. And I did, to be fair, I did text him. Okay, 25, here we go, 2 minutes. I did text him at that point, the beat writer, and say, hey, you still think he's the pick? with some questions, and he's maybe not. So but I still think that's a very good first round for the Browns. Fano and Casey Concepcion. Let's go.
No, right. Again, I had Casey as one of my gems. I'm a big Casey fan. Yeah. I think if it was up to me, but it's just because I'm a huge Omar Cooper guy, I would have, out of the two, I would have leaned Cooper. But I'm choosing between a perfect steak and a fucking spatchcock chicken. I'm good either way.
All right. So if I'm guessing for the Bears, okay, the thing I don't necessarily want to have happen because I just don't love his run blocking is Caleb Lomu. It is a left tackle. It gives them a good pass blocking left tackle for this season right now that they can be thrilled about. They might not be thrilled about their options in-house. If I'm going on the defensive side of the ball, I think TJ Parker fits from a power profile, long arm profile, lots of reasons we've talked about TJ Parker. I also think they like Zion Young a little bit, and I don't think those two players are that far apart. So those would probably be my three guesses is Lomu on offense, TJ Parker, or Zion Young.
You're not even entertaining Thieneman?
If it's Thieneman, I'm not even going to talk about that.
You don't want your heart broken. You're a man who's been through some shit.
Well, it's true. But I also...
Open up your heart, EJ. Don't be afraid to love.
It's not my heart. I got told 2 weeks ago that they didn't like safety in the first round. Now, to be fair... They didn't think Dylan was going to be available because nobody thought Dylan was going to be available. Even when we did this in your mock draft, I was like, what if the Vikings pick somebody else? And you're like, they're not gonna. This is the most chalky pick ever. And it has been for months, right? Everybody's just slapped that pick to the Vikings forever. So I don't think they thought he was going to be there. If it was me, yeah, probably would.
I
probably would.
We'd had a discussion about receiver with the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they could be an Omar Cooper team?
They could. I would like that very little, not because I don't like Omar Cooper, but because there are some other players on the board. Yeah. Well, there's some other players on the board. And again, you can come back. They have 57 and 60. There's going to be good receivers available, really good receivers available at 57 and 60. You don't need to go Omar Cooper here. They might choose, they might think that he's by far the best value on their board. And I'm not going to go against Ben. When Ben sees a wide receiver, like he saw Luther last year and says, nope, I know exactly what I'm going to do with that guy. And y'all are going to figure it out. And sure enough, second half of the season, we all figured it out after Luther had a rough summer, a slow start, any number of things. Luther Burden turned on at the end of last year and everybody went, oh, that's what you meant. Ben was like, told you. So if Ben takes one look at Omar Cooper Jr. and says, that's my whatever, third wide receiver, fourth wide receiver, I'm not going to go against him, but there's corners here. Hood and Johnson are both still on the board. I wouldn't be sad with either of those players. Thieneman's on the board. I'd be thrilled with that.
I think we've resigned ourselves that McCoy's not going first round. He would have gone already if he was.
Value-wise, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, if somebody wants to come up and is sure about the medicals and wants the 5th year of control on a very expensive position and snags them at 30 or 31, yeah, sure.
If I'm Seattle, do I dare?
I don't know. It depends on your medicals, right? I mean, from a talent standpoint, sure, but the talent is got to be on the field, right? If he has to have another procedure on that bone plug, then he's not going to be on the field for a while. So
yeah, it'll be a year or close to it.
That's the question. So, all right. We got a lot of options here, some very good ones. Again, the board was a lot of players you didn't expect.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan.
Yes!
They did it.
Woo!
They did it.
Oh my God, I can't believe they did it.
Open
up your heart, EJ.
Yeah, it's open now. It's open now. This is a player I really like, and I thought he had basically zero chance. The funny thing is, this is how draft season goes, right? 3.5 months ago, it was like, hey, Thieneman to the Bears could be a pretty good pick in the first round. Everybody's like, he's not going in the first round. And then we start. Tape starts up. Combine happens. Everybody gets there. And they're like, holy cow, Thieneman's good. Thieneman to the Bears would be great at 25. 2 weeks later, Thieneman's never getting – he's never getting to 25. He's not making it past 10. He's not making it past 12. He's not making it past 15. And here we are. Dylan Thieneman, going to be a Chicago Bear, started his career at Purdue, ended up at Oregon. Great two-way safety. Tackles from depth with speed, heavy hitter, immense range, opposite hash range to the far sideline. Let's go. Bears needed safety. They pair him with Kobe. I mean, I know you were looking for Thieneman and Downs in Dallas, but Kobe
Dude, no,
Bryant,
this is so much better. So much better. I love it.
Kobe Bryant,
This is so much better for my mental health, I'll say.
I'm telling you, this is fantastic. They didn't think he was going to be there. He is a position of need. I think they probably took that stance about – I think what they meant was we don't want to come out of the first round with the third safety, but the second one you could turn our minds about. Yeah.
This is I never
fantastic.
in a million years thought this was possible.
No,
He's
fantastic outcome. He is going to be amazing in Dennis Allen's system playing next to Kobe. He's going to have rookie struggles. Don't think he's going to be perfect, Chicago fans, but he's going to make so many plays in the run, against the pass, blowing up screens, you name it. Just an incredibly versatile player. This is a really good pick for Chicago.
See what happens when you allow yourself to feel. Suffering is the human condition. The valleys make the mountains possible.
Dude,
this is why we suffer.
Yeah, a Seattle fan just texted me and said, the Bears are a problem.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champions. The Bears are a problem. They know what Kobe is. They just watch
back to back off-season champs, babe. Let's go.
Oh, man, if you're Ryan Poles, you are so incredibly happy right now that you got this fortunate. You are not sad about this pick in any way at all. You are thrilled that Dylan Thieneman, the person, the player, the need, you name it, is a Chicago Bear. You never thought you had a shot at him for the last probably 6 weeks. And 25, no trade up. He's on the board. He's in navy and orange. Let's go. And Dylan, open apology. We mispronounced your name for 2 straight months. We said Thieneman. And a buddy of mine from Oregon reached out and said, I love you. Your content's amazing. Thanks for taking time and answering my questions. Hate to be that guy, but it's Thieneman. Thieneman. I was like, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Don't want to be mispronouncing his name on draft night when he ends up being a Bear.
Is he a Chicago kid? Oh, no, he's from Indiana.
Hey,
well,
buddy.
The Bears might be
Texans.
also from Indiana soon.
Texans.
So.
Texans. They moved up.
2 picks.
Yeah. Who's D'Amico want?
J-Rod?
If this is Rodriguez, if this is Rodriguez, I'll fall off my chair. You fell off yours on a mock draft. I'm going to fall off mine on the real draft. If this is J-Rod, come on. I don't know that it
Give me
is.
trade terms. Give me
Christian
trade
Miller?
terms.
Christian Miller? Maybe?
Well, so they're going to want to be jumping. They're jumping Buffalo and San Francisco. So if they're jumping Buffalo, it might be for DT. Oh wait, hold on, Router. Oh shit! Whoa!
Dude.
Here's the thing. And so everybody knows the Texans brand is drafting psychopaths, typically defensively. Keelan Rutledge is the offensive lineman equivalent of the Texans defense. That dude don't give a shit. Well, he gives a shit, but specifically about hurting people.
But only about football. Yeah.
He's a Terminator. You know what? I didn't expect guard because of the work that they did this offseason to shore up their. I mean, they signed Ed back. They did a 2-year deal for Wyatt Teller. Huh?
Hold up.
What?
Pregnon's available for 32 unless the Bills take him.
The Bills might take him. I don't know.
Bills might take him, but if they don't, the watch starts for the Hawks. Keelan Rutledge, absolute ass kicker.
Part of me wonders if they think that he can play center for a little bit.
Because
they've got Wyatt, they've got Ed. If we just want to get him on the field, put him at center, that kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm not gonna lie, I like it. I like it.
He's a beast. He's gonna open up holes for the Texans run game. I don't even care who the back is. Like Woody Mark, fine. Like insert back X. I don't care. Keelan Rutledge is gonna tear holes in a defense for whoever he's blocking for. And one of my favorite draft facts.
Huh.
He's gonna do it with 8 toes.
Yeah. Which I still don't know how he lost 2 toes.
I'm not aware of that fact either. I'm simply aware of the fact that he has 8. You learn some odd facts in draft season, folks. Dolphins
traded up too.
They traded up 1 pick.
Yeah, they must have really wanted somebody. So Texans gave up 26 and 90, or no, got 26 and 91.
Okay, and what'd they get?
Trade from Buffalo to Houston. So 26 and 90. So they traded their first 2 picks. Texans gave up 28, 69, and 167 or 68.
Okay.
So it was a little baby trade up. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, you're not moving that far up. All right, Dolphins pick is in. You have any guesses? Looking at the board,
I couldn't tell you.
Chris Johnson.
Maybe?
Fits their system.
Unless it's an it.
I mean, they certainly could go edge, but like,
who did they take early at 11? Or no, they traded down and took.
They traded down.
Oh,
yeah.
That's right. They took Proctor. I expelled that from my brain.
I love how that happens. I do it too. Like, oh, I hated that pick, especially on day 2.
It didn't exist.
Yeah. Somebody reminds you of it, and you're like, oh, it tastes bad all over again.
So San
Oh.
Francisco trading with Miami. So
Ooh.
they gave up.
Cooper? Give Malik a little bit of help here?
27 and 138.
Who'd they trade ahead of? They traded ahead of the Niners?
They traded, 2 spots up with the Niners.
Could be
And they got
Cooper.
back 30 and 90.
Okay. I could see them saying Cooper because the next player that approximates Cooper's skill set would be Jeremy, and it's not the same. He's close, but he's not the same. And after that, it's probably like Zachariah Branch, and you're talking about 40 picks from now. So if they want to strike while the iron's hot, that would be the fall off there would be at least worthy in their minds of making a trade. I like corner is barely picked over. We have one corner?
Yeah.
Mansur Delane, one corner.
Yeah.
So 2 safeties and 1 corner. I wonder who won that prop bet because I mean we're not done yet.
With the 27th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Johnson,
There you go. You called it.
San Diego State.
And we had
Oh, I
said
love
multiple
that.
times that there was no corner in this class that fit Jeff Hafley better than Chris Johnson.
I love this pick for them. I really do. As much as you maybe disliked or don't see the vision with their first pick, I absolutely see it with this one. It's the exact opposite. It's so perfect. It's hand in glove, plays the style that they're looking for. I think the smoothest corner in this draft, and just very, very savvy. I know people are going to say, oh, he played at San Diego State. He was, beating up on guys that are going to sell insurance. No, these are skills that are translatable. When you're out on an island like that, it's easier to see sometimes, like the break, the vision, the anticipation, the hand-eye, tracking to break up a pass or to make interceptions because he's very good at that as well. Love this pick for them. They should be thrilled. I mean, I know they're thrilled with the Proctor pick as well because they made that one first. But this, man, if we're talking about perfect landing spots for players, yeah, this is one we've talked about multiple times throughout the process. So Chris
Johnson, as far as skill set, off zone corner, incredibly productive. 1 out of every 10 targets was a pick. 1 out of every 5 targets was a PBU. As far as instincts, closing ability, I mean, he has a remarkable talent for like baiting quarterbacks into throws that they have no business even attempting. He's very much a Jeff Hafley type of corner who plays mostly zone coverage. And while, yes, I think he would have liked to be able to play more man coverage, like his bread and butter is still going to be zone. The hallmark of a Jeff Hafley defense is we're going to play cover 2 15 different ways in the same game. That requires having a corner that can do a bunch of different stuff, whether it's essentially playing the deep half as a corner when they're doing like 2 invert. Sometimes they'll do 2 roll. Sometimes they'll just play it a straight up like regular ass Tampa 2, where he's going to play the curl flat. Sometimes, I mean, they'll play every different kind of cover 3 you can think of. They'll start out in 2 high and then roll down into either 3 weak or 3 strong. But like their corners have to move constantly. Like wherever they line up pre-snap, generally speaking, that's not where they're going to be post-snap. So I think Chris Johnson fits that style very, very well. It's what he did very well in college. He's an immediate starter.
Staying in the AFC
the Patriots
East.
traded up?
Yeah, Patriots traded up and picked Caleb Lomu. So this is
Dodged your
Spencer
bullet, EJ.
Panos. That was a couple picks ago. I've completely forgotten what you're talking about. No, Caleb Lomu, very good pass protector and a natural left tackle. And there are not a ton of natural left tackles. Interestingly, for the team that picked him.
What? They already have a left tackle. Yeah, so I think they're going to move him to right. You think they're moving Will to right?
I don't know. Like,
Because Will
that's the
also
thing
played
is,
left tackle in college.
Will played left, and before he got injured, everybody thinks about the Will Campbell down the stretch where he was playing injured and looked terrible. Like, that's the thing. Like, I think they're going to leave. Why would you not leave your young left tackle at left when he played well enough to get you really to the Super Bowl and draft one of the only pure left tackles in this draft when there's a ton of right tackles?
We don't know that
And
he's
Morgan
a pure left. They probably did the workout and saw how he looked at right and liked it, because I don't think they're going to move Will. I think they would probably just train. I mean, we've seen a whole bunch of guys that played left in college and played right in the NFL, or played right in college and played left in the NFL. I could see them.
I mean, this is the last stop on the train if you're talking about folks you think are starting tackles, unless you think Caleb Tiernan is starting for you. And that's for some teams a stretch with arm length. And I mean, I think he can do it. But if you want to talk about proven starting tackles who have, 400 or 500 snaps as a starting tackle in college, that you think are going to be tackles in the NFL, not move to guard or center or whatever else, like, this is kind of last stop on the train. This is the end of the tackle run, which is why they moved up to do it, because they didn't want to not get him, because after that it's Tiernan. Like, I really think Jennings Dunker is a guard. Markel Bell, I do not see as a starting NFL tackle, maybe ever, but certainly not this year.
I just think,
Demetrius
as
Crownover,
far as
Barber, like,
as far as he played left in college, I have to assume that they just worked him out at right and liked what they saw.
well, it does provide some intrigue at the very minimum, that's for sure.
And like they need an answer after Morgan Moses. Like, they don't have one.
For sure.
You want Marcus Bryant to be a starting tackle for this team if Morgan goes down? Because I sure don't.
No, we talked about it multiple times, including when we were on the Athletic football podcast with Robert Mays doing the tail end of his draft, because we had the Patriots pick in that one, and we talked about, hey, what do you do here? Morgan Moses was duct tape and baling wire last year. He did hold it together, but are you going to count on that going forward for a team that has Super Bowl aspirations? I hope not, and they definitely didn't. They invested their first round pick and traded up. What were the trade terms to get up a couple of spots?
Looking for it. I don't see trade terms.
Again, it's not a huge trade.
We got all these like baby 1 and 2 spot trades.
Well,
weird.
we said there was going to be a bunch, right? I think what did I say? Over under 5.5. So it was either 5 trades or 6. How many have we had?
So the Patriots traded number 31 and number 125. So
Okay.
late 4.
Yeah. To move up just to get their tackle. That's worth it if you believe in them. And they obviously do.
Patriots. Proposed trade, confirmed trade. All right, so Chiefs pick is in.
Any
Remember,
guesses?
They took Mansfield Lane.
Yeah. So corner, even though that's not what we were thinking they were going to take, they took the best one in the draft. Good for them. Any
Kinda feels
guesses?
like the Keldrick Folk spot.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to imagine, because I'm like, well, they got an edge already. They got it at 9. Like, nope, sure didn't.
I think it's either Keldrick Folk, Cooper, or Boston.
Yeah, I would lean Cooper or Boston at this point, would be my guess.
And I'm okay with any of those.
I don't think this is a bad option among the two. They're different styles of answering the same question. Like, we need more receiving help for Pat. Again, we both like Boston's fit. They might see that differently. Cooper, one of the most sought after wide receivers in this draft class.
Second pick of the night to go with Mansour Delay.
With the 29th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods.
Okay.
Okay. All right, then. Wow. Peter Wood's entire family in white. That's a crazy backdrop look right there, including his agent. Impressive.
We
That
do
is
love a themed
coordinated.
party.
That is coordinated, man. That is pretty slick.
It's kind of early for me. Like well, here's the thing. I understand the concept
Sure.
of Peter Woods. I really do.
I understand the Peter Woods in the abstract.
There's not a lot that Peter Woods does that I don't think they already have guys on the team that can do. I don't necessarily think this solves their main issues. It's not like the worst.
Yeah.
But it is early for me. I don't know. I feel like edge and receiver with the guys that were on the board was probably the way to go here. But also what I'm thinking about is just the sheer number of DTs on day 2.
Yeah.
I would have rathered that. But
yeah, I don't know that I would have ventured this high a pick for him at this point. Now, Chiefs are betting that they're getting 2024 Peter Woods, right? Not 2025.
Again, I get it, but it's like they just took Omar Norman Lott.
Uh-oh.
The Jets traded back into the first.
That's right. 3 firsts. Let's go.
But so the thing, and that's the thing with Peter Woods is the role that I would project him to play. They just drafted somebody else to play that role last year.
Oh, is this Cooper?
It should be. That'd be great.
Wow. That'd be an absolute coup.
Because remember, they took Kenyon. So if you come out of the first round with David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper, you're feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah. Yeah, you are. And they've got the picks to do it. Again, this is not some wild swing by the Jets. They have been amassing picks to be able to do things just like this.
With the 30th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr. Wide receiver.
Crushing
Okay,
it.
then.
Crushing
Yeah,
it.
they're having a day for sure. That is like Geno Smith has got to be one of the happiest people on the planet right now. Garrett Williams is like a farmer after a flood when there's been a drought for like 7 years. He's just like, water. I got
It's like the end of Holes when all the rain's coming
He's
down.
like, I got Mason and Kenyon and Omar Cooper, and I got a quarterback who I think can throw. Like, Garrett's got to be bouncing around his living room right now.
I wanna throw
Unreal.
80 Mitchell, Grandpa. Well, that's too damn bad.
Well, that's too damn bad. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the Ramseyest wide receiver. Yes, indeed. Oh, it's funny. They said Omar Cooper was Debo Light. I said Jeremy was Debo Light. So I guess there's always a Debo Light.
So they traded 33 and 179.
To move up a couple spots and just not just have it
that's
solved before they
pretty
go to
cheap.
day 2. Yeah, Omar Cooper, big time route running chops, compact wide receiver, can certainly take the punishment. Really good hands, very feisty after the catch in terms of finding extra yards, clawing through contact. Yeah, faster than
love
I
that.
thought in testing. I did not think he was going to run low 4.4s, but that didn't really matter to me. And then when he did go run 4.4, I was like, oh, well, that's just extra. Yeah, I did not think he was going to be on the board. I don't think they thought he was going to be on the board. They saw him there at 30 and went, value, we've got picks, go get him. We don't want to sit on this one overnight and wait. Oh, another trade. Tennessee back in the
Jesus.
first round.
Every pick is
Okay,
a trade
I win,
here.
by the way.
Yeah, you do.
I was close to winning a couple trades ago. I said 5.5 over under. I said over. We're over 5.5 trades, folks. Everybody apparently wants to trade. Titans come back into the first round. Now, who do you go get?
So they already did receiver.
Oh. Jump up to get over Seattle to do it?
Are you talking about corner or edge?
And I was actually talking about guard or edge, but
So hold on, I'm gonna refresh my memory on who they have at guard. Cordell Volson, is this the Pregnon spot? Because Keelan's already gone.
mm-hmm. And you don't want Seattle to take him
Yeah, you
before
can talk
you
me
get
into
your
that.
pick in day 2?
Actually, you could
Yeah.
very easily talk me into that.
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, we got the owner on the phone. Yeah,
I don't know. Peter Wood's pick still just.
I'm whelmed. I hope they get. I mean, as a football fan, I hope they get the 2024 version because that guy was a wrecker. He was pretty damn cool. Haven't seen him. Like 2025 Clemson defense had a bunch of problems. It wasn't just him. TJ Parker, one of the things that I heard teams that interviewed with him didn't like is he didn't take a lot of personal responsibility for his decline in play in 2025. And I can imagine some other players didn't. There were a lot of questions about that Clemson defense with all that talent. Like, why didn't they perform? And it wasn't just Woods, but it was Woods. So, yeah, I think they're hoping they can turn back the clock a little bit. But again, the pre-draft process for Woods was abysmal. Just kind of everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And I hope he gets back to what he was in 2024 because he was a fun player. He was a really fun player to watch. It's a gamble for sure. I'm whelmed. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not underwhelmed. I'm just kind of like, I'm whelmed.
Before the Titans pick, congratulations, you set a record for the first night of the draft. 320,000 people here tonight.
Wow.
Jesus.
Oh, man. That is impressive.
The traffic getting out of there is going to be a nightmare.
Nah, nobody's leaving. They're all sleeping right there. They're just going to wake up tomorrow.
Tennessee Titans select Keldrick Ball.
Oh,
Hey, bet on the traits. They did not want to let him go. So Keldrick Ball, one of the most gifted defensive linemen in this draft in terms of physical gifts. He's 6'7", 6'6", 6'7", 280 plus.
somewhere around there, yeah.
Crazy burst, very fast hands, good power, abuses blockers routinely. Absolute predator against the run, just destroys runs left and right. Elite run defender. Did not have production against the pass, like to a startling degree, given how quickly he defeats blockers. Just hasn't finished, but boy, like that Titans defensive line, not gonna lie, kind of nasty.
See, so Titans got there's a lot of picks moving. Okay, so Bills got number 35, number 66, and 101. So it was a late 2.
I like that.
And
I
an
like
early
that for
3.
them.
Or no.
Yep.
Early 3, early 4? I think early 3, early 4. But the Titans got back number 31 and then a slightly later early 3rd. and then I think a 165. Is that a fifth? So overall, 3 picks for 3 picks. Not that much crazy movement.
Yeah,
It was
I
like
like
they
it.
basically
Bills.
gave up a fifth.
Yeah. I am gonna run to the Titans depth chart. Yeah, so John Franklin Myers is the left defensive end. It's Simmons, and Jordan Elliott is the other inside tackle. Jermaine Johnson, who they got from the Jets, is the other end across from John Franklin Myers. So those are the spots he'll be competing for. I don't know. He's going to have his work cut out for him because both of those players are good. Yeah, gives them rotation. Again, you can't just play 2 ends or edges. Can't have them out there for 900 snaps. And now they've got a very young fireballer who can rotate in and give. John Franklin Myers is not a spring chicken. So, yeah.
I will say, though, this is going to be a tough defense to run on.
Yep. Yeah. No, elite vision into the backfield.
Big, heavy defensive ends. Simmons in the middle.
Watch him just knock blockers around, though. It is amazing how quickly he defeats blockers. It is pretty much instant. He engages, knocks their hands down, and that's it. He's past them. He's gone. He's got burst, size, just everything he could want from a physical tool standpoint, but just for one reason or another, didn't make it to the passers. Oh, they have him sacking Mendoza at Cal. That's awesome. He terrified Mendoza at Cal. That was an ugly game for the Cal tackles.
Yeah, very, very high upside player. It's one of those where it's like, okay, I know what he is right now. I think the Titans care about what he is in 2027. And what he could be in 2027 is a monster.
Yeah, he could be the most elite rusher in this draft, and that's crazy talking about guys like Bain and Bailey and whatever else. If Saleh, and come on, Saleh is a great guy for Keldrick Falk to go play under. If he can unlock him, every tool you could want is there. Size, length, speed, power.
Plus,
burst,
he's already a good run defender. So.
He is an elite run defender. Everybody says good. No, he's one of the best run defenders in this draft. He's up there with Caden McDonald in terms of his ability to stop the run, and that's another of the most elite run defenders in this draft. So, everything's there. He is a bit of a mystery. Oh, Seahawks made their pick.
Colton,
close out
maybe?
the first round. Yeah,
or
Colton
TJ
would
Parker?
be a tremendous. Colton, Parker, or Pregnon. The board lined up really well for them. They can go any way they want to. And again, sitting at the back end of the first round, they got good players. Schneider looks thrilled.
John Schneider of all GMs going back-to-back first-round guards would be hilarious.
Hey, he surprised us last year, and he ended up winning the Super Bowl because of it. So
yeah, maybe
maybe
he's I'm just going to keep doing the thing that wins me championships.
run it back.
It's so easy.
I
just
mean,
pick guards and win
run
championships.
it back. My surprise pick here would be Jadarian.
Would that be that much of a surprise, though, because of
It
Sharps
would.
coming off
A little
injury?
A little bit, for sure. Yeah.
Brett's chair might break if it's pregnant.
Hey, we just had that chair repaired. Come on. It was the chair's fault. It was a chair failure. That's the story we're going with.
We're proud to continue recognizing our long-standing partnership with Make-A-Wish this World Wish Month. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dylan, a huge fan of the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, who bravely battled a brain tumor and is now a two-time cancer survivor.
Hot damn.
This is a wish come true for Dylan, and a chance to take part in one of the most exciting moments in our league. Dylan, when you're ready, stage is yours.
What's going on in Pittsburgh? I'm so excited to be here to represent the 12s. Oh, and the reigning Super Bowl champion.
Let's go.
Gonna break the mic.
Oh yeah, he's on it.
He's
He's on it. He's taking advantage of the moment.
Can we get him to start a NASCAR race?
In the 2026 NFL Draft.
Remind me to tell you my NASCAR joke when we're done.
Jadarian Price.
Okay. He's just on a roll. He's back 8 picks.
Oh, they did it. I don't mind this at all. I like if you want to talk about drop off, and we've been talking about shelves and tiers of players all night long and all draft season long. There's a serious drop off after Jadarian Price. Everybody in Seattle was focused on Mike Washington Jr. after he came in for a 30 visit, and rightfully so. They need to replace production. Charbonnet coming off injury. Kenneth Walker's not down anymore. I get it. Jadarian's a better option than Mike Washington Jr. He is really, really rugged runner. Again, this is if he hadn't played behind literally one of the best players in the entire draft in all of college football, we would be talking about Jadarian more. The first thing I did after I watched his tape was text Golick Jr. I was like, man, Jadarian can play. Like, he's a dude. Everybody's talking about love, but like, he's a dude in his own right. He's like, oh yeah, he's super solid. And that is a good move. Again, you had voiced concerns that, hey, if Seattle can't run the ball in the way that they did last year, if they can't do what they are very used to doing to continue drives, I'm a little worried about that. I'm not worried about JSN. I'm not worried about Darnold. I'm worried about how do you do it on a down-to-down basis. They did that with the run, especially down the stretch. Now, obviously, a lot of that's up in the air. What are they going to do about it? And there's always the Moneyball way to do it and get it in the aggregate and whatever else. But this is kind of the put the stake in the ground right now. Nope, we're not doing that. New offensive coordinator for the Seahawks because, again, their offensive coordinator moved on. He's now the head coach of the Raiders. And this offensive coordinator comes from the Kyle Shanahan school of thought, which is deeply rooted in the run game. He's not just going to give it up. And I think this is a nod to, hey, welcome to Seattle. We're going to give you a first-round pick as a new OC just so things go smoothly. Do we understand each other? And I think they understand each other just fine.
It's a very good pick. Prudent pick, I guess you could say. You know, they get 5 years of control, cheap control on a quality running back. You know, they're not
all
gonna,
the arguments about the love pick way up high are gone. You're at 32, folks. Nobody's talking about rookie wage scale. Nobody's talking about anything. Like, he's just a regular running back. It's, is he good or isn't he? That's the only question. And like, Jadarian Price is a very solid choice. And again, if you waited and didn't pick him and somebody picked him up, you know, before your second round pick came up, then you're talking about much more of what I would call lottery pick or gamble running backs than Jadarian. It really does drop off after him. I literally had 2 tiers. I had Love, Price, and then the third tier. So tiers indicate serious drop off in talent for us. And literally I had 2 tiers with 1 player each in them.
I got to say, I liked most of the picks tonight. The ones that I was most shaky on, you know, Jeremiah Love, but it's nothing against Jeremiah Love. It's just I didn't think the cards were ready for it. Yeah. It was early for me.
And again, they might make themselves ready on day 2.
We'll see. We'll
possible.
See. It was early for me for Carnell Tate. No denying that for me. The Proctor pick, early for me. And also just not ideal destination because he's going to have to play. I mean, I think that they want him to play.
Right.
The Ty Simpson thing. Yeah.
Just right on time. We got a super chat from the Flaminator for $5. Just elite name. The Rams better pick Emmett Johnson tomorrow to make up for the idiocy of today. Emmett Johnson, one of my favorite players in this draft, running back from Nebraska. Very, very good player. We'll talk about him tomorrow, I guess.
And the only other one I kind of objected to is Peter Woods. Again, it just felt not like crazy early, but fairly early for me.
Yeah, but that's not bad out of an entire first round with that much movement. The rest, I'm with you. Like
There was no
the
Alex
wild-
Leatherwood where I was
Right,
like,
the just-
what are you doing?
There were definitely teams that we didn't think would spend first round picks on those positions, but it wasn't something that outside of a few picks that they like didn't need. And that was really Love at the top. Again, they had 5 running backs. We all believe that they could have got something else there. Like outside of that, not bad.
Apparently Steelers had Mekhi Lemon on the phone when the Eagles jumped him, which has got to sting.
Yeah, a
But
little bit.
they came out with maybe the player that they needed more.
Yeah, right. They maybe had the dessert swiped off their table and got vegetables instead, but they'll be healthier in the long run.
Overall, fun first round. Again, reminder,
Really
we're going to be
fun first
back
round.
tomorrow
Yeah.
for every single day 2 pick. We go live 1/2 hour before day 2 starts, whatever time that is in your local time zone.
Yep.
We didn't use a whole lot of the stats today because picks were flying faster than I'm used to in the first round, which I know
Yeah,
that
for sure.
lower the time, but still, we'll have plenty of data and stats and all that, kind of contextual information for you tomorrow when you come back for day 2. And then, of course, we're also doing day 3. Any last words? Andy, before we get out of here?
Last super chat from Jalen LeGrant. For $2, thank you very much. Thanks for hanging out with us for the entire time. Niners were like, this draft sucks. Bunch of bums. I'm out.
Like,
I'm
we're
not
gonna
picking
get
in the
out of
first round. Yeah, absolutely.
We're also going to get out of here. Again, thank you, everybody, for
Yeah.
hanging out with us tonight. Fun first round, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
And remember, if you haven't subscribed, go click the subscribe button so you'll get notifications when we go live tomorrow and on day 3. And then the whole summer series when that happens eventually. See how close you can get us to 100,000 because that would absolutely help us out.
All right, same bat.